Let's see if we can finish this up. Let me get a sip of my coffee and see if this is still working. Okay, text box seems to be working. Alright. I should probably mute the other screen. Alright. Got some food in us. I got my coffee here. Dog's medication has been picked up. Right. Inventory's full of crap. Okay, I'm all healed up. I got my ass kind of handed to me. Trying to take this person down because I'm like, well, I'm having easy time. I can take them, and yeah. Even though I'm big, my character is a mage, so his defense is weak. Not to mention that he refuses to not show off his nipples. Am I missing something in here? It's still glowing. What's that over there? Oh yeah. Hey, Lessons Friend. Yep, we're back. I'm in the mood to finish this level up, so I figured I'd just hop on and start up again. Yeah, that's that door. I remember like what a maze this area is. I feel it's kind of neat. It's impressive that this castle exists as big as it is, but I'm wondering if one, if the layout is actually functional, and two, was this all really necessary? It really just feels like, as impressive as it is, it feels like padding. There you are. terrible support mage. And yet I still insist on being a support mage. Studies of Light. Entries. 6 more sections. Time, Fusion of Blood. From his. So I'm wondering if that's like sort of a, not so much like a retcon, but maybe an explanation as to, hey, you know, as many Darkspawn as Liliana fought against during the first game, and honestly any other of your companions that weren't Great Wardens, how they avoided being infected by the Blight. It's like, oh, they just, for some reason, they're more resistant, so that's probably why they never caught the Blight from fighting all those Darkspawn. And even though I don't need to, I always have the need to smash things. This thing. Anything in here? Sack. Schematic. Masterwork one. Ooh, future schematic.
How much damage did Alexi's spell do?
Rifts tore apart all of southern Thedas, starting here. But whether that's his doing or the breach, who can say?
I was about to say, yeah, it's like, that sounds like it would have happened anyway. Blood magic. Blood magic everywhere. Hang on, no. I came out from... Didn't I come out from this door? First time. Late for that. Last time I followed your advice, that got me killed. Or incapacitated.
Doesn't look like the Elder One is interested in saving his followers. Let's head back to the main hall. I think I know how we'll open that door.
By putting the pieces in. reveal.
It's over, Alexius.
So it is. I knew you would appear again. Not that it would be now, but I knew I hadn't destroyed you. My final failure.
Was it worth it? Everything you did to the world, to yourself.
It doesn't matter now. All we can do is wait for the end.
I'll admit, I expected a bit more fight out of you.
Alas, I am not the foe you remember. All that I fought for, all that I betrayed, and what have I wrought? Ruin and death, that is nothing else.
And yet
The
you're
Elder
still
One
fight me.
comes for me, for you, for us all.
Wait.
Felix!
That's Felix. Maker's breath, Alexius, what have you done?
He would have died, Dorian. I saved him. Please, don't hurt my son. I'll do anything you ask.
Hand over the amulet and we let him go.
Let him go and I swear you'll get what you want.
I want the world back.
No.
I don't understand. I suppose this to show how dark and vindictive and edgy Lillian has become after suffering through this world, but it's like, was that really unnecessary?
The Elder One will destroy us.
Especially if you imported a playthrough where she's like kinder and whatnot.
Impossible. Your death will be my apology. Your efforts are futile. This world's already. He wanted to die, didn't he? All those lies he told himself, the justifications.
But he didn't make it easy.
Felix long ago. Didn't even notice. Oh, Alexius.
This Alexius was too far gone. But the Alexius in our time might still be reasoned with.
I suppose that's true. This is the same amulet he used before. I think it's the same one we made in Minrathous. That's a relief. Give me an hour to work out the spell he used, and I should be able to reopen the rift.
An hour? That's impossible. You must go now.
Inconvenient.
The Elder One.
There's a reason they won.
Ah, they're merging.
We'll go on ahead. Take out as many as we can. Liliana, you're the last line of defense. Give them what you've got.
We'll make this count.
The only way we live is if this day never comes.
Which is like...
Cast your spell. You have as much time as I have hours.
Which is like the complete opposite of what you've been acting.
Though darkness closes, I am shielded by flame. Andraste, guide me. Maker, take me to your side.
You move, and we all die!
They'll have arrows with your thingy, quiver. I know while you were standing there, you know, waiting for defense, you could have been expositing exposition about stuff that you should know. Oh yeah, you should probably know this about your foe.
You'll have to do better than that.
And just like that, he gives up.
Is that the best you've got?
You won. There is no point extending this charade. Felix.
It's going to be all right, Father.
You'll die.
Everyone dies.
I don't remember if he dies or not, but I certainly hope they tried making him into a Grey Warden. Even though right now I guess the Grey Wardens are kind of all disappeared, so I don't think that's an option for him.
I'm glad that's
even
over
if he
with.
wanted it. And a bit late there.
Or not.
Grand Enchanter, we'd like to discuss your abuse of our hospitality.
Your Majesties.
When we offered the Mage's Sanctuary, we did not give them the right to drive our people from their homes.
King Alistair, Queen Anora, I assure you, we never intended...
In light of your actions, good intentions are no longer enough.
You and your followers have worn out your welcome. Leave Ferelden, or we'll be forced to make you leave.
But we have hundreds who need protection. Where will we go?
Hundreds.
The Inquisition
I
might
like how
be
we
willing
have
to
no
take in
choice
the
into
mages.
just saying, like,
And what are the
we'll
terms
use you, but
of
go
this
away.
arrangement?
Hopefully better than what Alexius gave you. The Inquisition is better than that, yes?
No one fights well for their captors.
After this, stick them up a tower.
It seems we have little choice but to accept whatever you offer.
Yeah. Considering I pretty much like made him just like, yeah, just get married, dude, and because reasons. It's politically good for me as the Grey Warden. I wonder if this is really a non-choice.
We would be honored to have you fight as allies at the Inquisition's side.
A generous offer. But will the rest of the Inquisition honor it?
The breach threatens all of Thedas. We cannot afford to be divided now.
That doesn't answer
We
my
can't fight it
question.
without you. Any chance of success requires your full support.
It's a generous offer. I doubt you're going
Cassandra
to get a
greatly
better one
disapproves.
from us.
Ironful disapproves. Sarah greatly disapproves.
We accept. It would be madness not to. I will gather my people and ready them for the journey to Haven. The breach will be closed. You will not regret giving us this chance.
And considering the king and queen are right there, it's like, no, don't fade back. Like, hey, you know, while I have you here, while I have an audience within the king, the queen and king of Ferelden, let's talk politics. Let's be diplomatic. It's like, hey, you know, we're we're kind of hanging out right there on the border of your country. It's like any kind of support you can offer, anything. You're just gonna be like, oh yeah, go ahead and take those mages. We're done. Bye.
It's not a matter for debate. There will be abominations among the mages, and we must be prepared.
If we rescind the offer of an alliance,
my totally evil playthrough, I killed Alistair.
What were you thinking? Turning mages loose
kept
with
Logan.
no oversight. The veil is torn open.
I got married, and since I was a Kuzlin, I got married with her. So, I mean, I was her prince or king consort, depending on which text you follow. Even though it doesn't matter, because I made my characters. I make all my evil characters like power hungry. You do the. I guess they want to save money. Yeah, probably. It's like, yep, let's save our money for that cameo. Consider this a probation. I lied to them. No, I wouldn't consider that their probation, considering that they kind of fucked up their first chance.
We need them to close the breach. It's not going to work if we make enemies of them. I know we need them for the breach, but they could do as much damage as the demons themselves.
Enough arguing.
No, they can't.
None of us were there. We cannot afford to second-guess our people. The sole point of the Herald's mission was to gain the mage's aid, and that was accomplished.
The voice of
I don't think I've ever heard that, because I've never had him rule alone. Because if you have him rule with an Honora, she always gives a speech. We need lyrium.
Closing the breach will require a lot of magic, and that means lyrium. I have contacts who can help.
Contacts meaning smugglers? Send them word. We need every advantage.
We have legitimate lyrium supply lines already.
And they don't need to hear of this. Keep it under the table, and I'll do what I can to quiet rumors.
What the hell was the point of that dialogue option?
In this dark future. The assassination of Empress Celine. A demon army.
Sounds like something a Tevinter cult might do. Orlais falls, the Imperium rises. Chaos for everyone.
One battle at a time. It's going to take time to organize our troops and the mage recruits. Let's take this to the war room. Join us. None of this means anything without your mark, after all.
You mean like I haven't been? Yeah, the one where it's when you start the final end game process. You march the army from Redcliffe to Denerim, and then you're right in front of Denerim, and then you give the speech about like how your character has managed to raise through the ranks. So your character is an example of like what can be achieved by one person. That speech, yeah. Honora always all my playthroughs, Honora always gives that speech. Since I've never really, I don't think I've ever had a playthrough, or maybe I have. Maybe one time, so I can't really remember it, where it's always for the most part, it's always Honora ruling the country, not Alistair for me. Man, I don't know. Maybe it's different, or my main console for Origins was the PlayStation 3, so it might be bugged. The PlayStation 3 did not get very kind iterations of ports. There goes mine.
And I'd hope to sit out the
I'll
assault
always
on
play
the
my
breach.
characters. So
Take a nap. Maybe go for a walk. What is it they say? No rest for the wicked.
Are you calling me wicked?
When you're ready.
I'll skip the war council, but I would like to see this breach up close, if you don't mind.
Then you're staying?
Oh, didn't I mention? The South is so charming and rustic. I adore it to little pieces.
It wouldn't surprise me, because it's the yeah, like a lot of ports for the PlayStation 3 were terrible or had like some bizarre bugs to them that weren't in other systems. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's a bug. It's just like a little. I don't want you here. You want to stay.
There's no one I'd rather be stranded in time with, future or present.
And these
Excellent
nipples too.
Choice. But let's not get stranded again anytime soon, yes?
I'll begin preparations to march on the summit. Make her willing, the mages will be enough to grant us victory.
Ooh, so your heart shall burn. I just like how that's. You would think like
the Inquisition
you would
appreciates
need more
your
power.
assistance in this matter, Lady Corbin. And my miners appreciate your business. You'll have your lyrium by the end of the week. I should tell you, Ambassador.
That's a week now.
The Chantry raised some fuss when they learned about our arrangement. The Inquisition must certainly seem an audacious idea to the Grand Clerics.
Huh.
We hope to convince them it is
Like
a
Dwarf
necessary
looks really dark skinned. That's kind of unusual. Shady. So I guess from between time traveling and to closing the breach is probably like a week, which makes sense because you gotta have all those mages move into Haven and get settled.
I'll take my leave. Good day.
Who was she, Ambassador?
A merchant. I thought we should reach out to the dwarves to secure lyrium for the Inquisition's mages. According to Lady Corbin, it raised the ire of the Chantry.
How?
Access to lyrium makes us rather more formidable than anticipated. We're becoming a challenge. Sadly, the remaining Grand Clerics appear to be consolidating the Chantry's power, instead of comforting the masses.
It's more needed than ever.
Mage circles started falling years ago. The Chantry was troubled even before the Divine's murder.
Yet many people continue to bear it great love. We will not benefit from its decline. Little but the Chantry ties Orlais, Nevarra, Ferelden, Antiva, and even Rivain to a common cause.
Has the Chantry truly promoted such peace?
Peace through religion.
Andraste's chant is familiar across kingdoms, a source of many shared customs. That is the crucial point. Common ground is the start of all negotiations.
I wonder if this was true for Europe with the Catholic Church. You know, until those pesky Protestants happen. I don't know.
So if everyone listens to the chant, things will be smooth as silk.
I did say commonality is merely a beginning, but it's an important one. We must learn to think beyond our own wants, to secure peace in Thedas.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my character Manwhor flirt with everybody.
How did someone so lovely and selfless go into Elysian politics, Lady Montillier?
Well, that is, really, you give me too much credit. While you're here, I do have a question. The remaining Grand Clerics sent a missive inquiring about the events at the Temple of Sacred Ashes. They demand to know whether the Inquisition officially claims that Andraste saved you from the breach. If it were up to you, how would you reply?
I don't claim to be.
Will my answer change your reply to the Chantry?
If Leliana, Cassandra Cullen, and I could agree on our official stance, I could answer that. We should decide soon. The revered mothers don't seem to know what to make of you.
I don't know. I don't claim
I'll
to
tell
be
the Chantry I was saved by circumstance, not divine intervention.
Yet as rumors your Andraste's herald grow, the Grand Clerics may not believe such a humble reply. A difficult situation, and
I
I
really
thank you for
like
your
her
answer.
clipboard thing
good day to
too.
you.
Especially like it makes sense since this area has like no windows and stuff. It's just lit by candlelight.
Greetings.
You know, I kind of hate what the Inquisition kind of becomes after Haven, because I like how quaint and small Haven is. And it just seems like so like, yeah, this is how like a revolution kind of starts. It's really small, it's very niche, but then you just kind of go from the small area, like the upcoming battle thing is actually pretty tense. I really like it, but then it goes to like, oh, you get a magic castle, just magic castle that's been lost for like ever that no one really knows about, and here you go, you can use it. And it's just like, you get it. You don't really, I guess in a sense, you don't really build up to that. You can argue whether you earn it through your acts and your cause or whatever, but it's like, there you go, Magic Castle. Like, it needs some TLC, and then of course, as soon as you hit like one load screen, the TLC just magically happens. It doesn't get really built up as well.
What do the people make of us?
And I really miss how dark and everything is. It's just like we're kind of in the shadows, and then we're just, oh yeah, in the light now. We're big and we're the Inquisition. Yay!
Any visiting dignitaries I should watch out for?
Lady Drummond promised a visit. She has useful resources if we can get her to set aside her games.
What are her politics?
Oh, no, I meant actual games. Chess, cards, dice, little boards with carved idols from Tevinter. She made me play that with her for 8 hours once. Steer her towards cards, if she insists on a match.
Yes. Good.
Talk to you before
Hello?
you disappear from the game.
Can I help you with something?
Nope.
I'll speak with you later.
Travel safely.
Let's see if there's any war table stuff to do that isn't plot related. Oh, Sebastian. Solaire, huh? No. Yeah, this playthrough I pissed off Sebastian by letting Anders live. I'm not entirely sure which character I'm playing. I'm either my hawk was in a romance with either Anders or what's his face? Fenris. Dear Commander Colin. After Haven is how it... So, I have some things about that. It's... Honestly, I felt the opposite. I felt like it sort of... It's a like... Let's begrudgingly discuss Dragon Age 2. Now, I'll give it props for the fact that Dragon Age 2, at least they kind of make it part of the story instead of like these, you know, small tidbits kind of littered about. It doesn't really tie into anything, sort of like how Dragon Age 2 had some references from Dragon Age Origins, but with no real meaning to it. At least this time it's like, oh yeah, the main character from the second game, hey, like plays like at least a big role, sort of kind of retroactively justifying the character, kind of. At least they tried, but it's honestly, I kind of feel like I feel the opposite. It doesn't try to convince me that it's good. It's more like, let's begrudgingly address this mess of Dragon Age 2 and then sweep it under the rug. And just like, let's just get rid of this character. Like, let's address it. Give them kind of a grand exit, and then let's never talk about Dragon Age 2 again. Let's see what some person want. No, surprise. Humbly request that our charges be transferred. Oh, is this a circle? hostage remains, but they're... Now we have all of our own. Let's go with that.
All right.
Passage from the travels of Gentry lies on table. The Heartlands place fine, Cottage just said. Spending money like water, which to pursue. It's a discern. Okay. I don't quite ever understand the purpose of her thingies, but sure. Let's just get that. Oh, time to switch out of my war table pajamas and back into my titillating armor. Let's see if good old Mother Giselle has anything to say.
I understand you were instrumental in garnering the assistance of the rebel mages.
Instrumental.
Well,
I'm like the only person charged to do it.
Fares better than the Chantry in its handling of magic.
You disapprove of something the Chantry did. Are you allowed to do that?
That largely depends upon one's company. While surrounded by those declared heretics already, I am safe enough. In some ways, Andraste had the simpler task. Magic should serve man, and not rule over him. That tells us what should be, but it does not tell us how to get there. So many times the methods of men have undone the spirit of their goals. Once you have sealed the breach, we shall see whether this Inquisition is truer to the Chantry, or its own namesake.
Yeah, so I don't know why. I guess it's sort of explained with the fact that she essentially wanted Hawk to lead the Inquisition. So, like, you know, Hawk is the hero that we need. I mean, that's also probably like a fangirl moment. Like, oh, look how awesome and cool your character is. Like, she's all hot and, you know, she's all hot and bothered over your superhero character, Hawk. This game is awful, by the way. Yeah. Hey there, Hook or Chook? Chook. Yeah. So, I think after Mass Effect 3, say what you will, Dragon Age Inquisition is sort of like I think it's the starting point of where we kind of see BioWare going down in quality. Granted, like this overall, like, I wouldn't call this a bad game, but it's not that great of a game. Not as good as everyone likes to make it out to be. It's very grimy, it's very open world, and you can see a lot of its influence that kind of leaked into Mass Effect Andromeda. And then I think for Mass Effect Andromeda, a lot of things from Dragon Age Inquisition and a lot of like especially like jumping mechanics in combat kind of trickled down, or maybe congruently at the same time, since they were both being made the same, kind of trickled down into Anthem. At least from what I've seen, everyone's kind of saying they kind of get some Mass Effect Andromeda vibes from Anthem, and of course they're saying that Mass Effect Andromeda is much better, which is pretty bad.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Thank you for sharing your opinion, Mother Giselle.
Magic exists to serve
She's like,
man
I think we need to do something different. So that's what I kind of feel like. Mother Giselle is like, she's religious, but she's progressive. So she's like a good balanced middle ground. And it just feels like we don't really do much with her after this following sequence. But it's like, although I think she gets a slightly bigger bump in the Trespasser DLC. But like, she seems kind of cool, but nothing. She doesn't really get used after that. Yeah, honestly, I would have to 100% agree with you. This game is much better, and I would say it's much more fun than Dragon Age 2. Even though I still enjoy Dragon Age 2 for all its flaws, and
if Fiona
again,
and her malcontents are joining
we've discussed
us as
this.
allies,
It
we
is
need
a
to be
terrible
prepared.
game.
Abominations are inevitable. Cullen doesn't have enough Templars to handle incidents. Some of the rank and file need to be trained.
The last thing we need are abominations running amok.
Sure, I'll play
It's good to see someone with an understanding of the situation. I'll have a word with Cullen.
I don't think
We are
just because
reliant on his people, absolutely. There has never been a greater threat to mages than the Breach. Until it is closed.
Yeah,
no
just
one
because
is
I think they need freedom doesn't mean we shouldn't be dumb and like, oh yeah, let's not worry about you turning into demons. To them, you don't trust mages. Do you pose a risk? This seems kind of stupid. I don't trust mages. Talking to a mage as a mage.
I'm glad that one of us has confidence in the Templars.
It is not a matter of confidence. Reality does not change based on feelings. Magic is dangerous, just as fire is dangerous.
Yes,
anyone
you've
who
made
forgets
this.
this truth gets burned.
You've said this. Double shows have no Templars. Templars aren't a solution. Temperature doesn't think so.
There are no Templars among the Vashoth.
My dear, your people cut the tongues from mages they deem dangerous, just as the Kunari do. And they kill those they deem too weak to resist demons.
Wait,
your
how am
people
I
are
supposed to
no
know
kinder
that?
than any other. For those who
It's just
value
weird.
survival, sentimentality is not an option. Tell me something. As you will no doubt have a hand in shaping it, what future do you see for mages?
Oh, let's say in the chantry, but not in like the circle.
Mages shouldn't be kept out of the Chantry. Who knows the dangers of magic better than a mage?
A curious idea. Such twists and turns your mind takes. It's something to consider, my dear.
Okay.
Yes?
Do you think that you and I might, someday...
You and I? Don't be absurd, my dear.
I just like hearing her say that.
Mages.
So reaffirm the bitchiness for me.
Your open support for the mages likely earned you enemies.
Yep.
Our agents will monitor the situation. If the most opposed can be identified, we may still turn this to our advantage.
You're always looking for some way to benefit, aren't you?
It's what I'm here for. Regardless, I applaud you for the courage to stand up for the mages.
In Redcliffe, you sacrificed yourself so that I could return here.
Of course I did. One small life in exchange for a second chance at history.
Yeah, I just wish she could have been less of a bitch about it and actually give me some information that would probably help me maybe get ready for what is about to happen. That would have been nice. But no, can't spoil our anticlimactic reveal of Corythieth.
You were condemned to a lightless dungeon. Not much of a life to sacrifice.
And I would do it again.
Anything I should know?
Altegan has returned to Redcliffe Castle and resumed his duties as Lord.
I'm pretty sure we won't
People
see
are
him.
returning, slowly but surely. Unfortunately, our show of support for the mages has angered many.
Anything I should know?
I've nothing to report at the moment.
I'll leave you to your work.
Let's see what good old Varric has to say.
The Mage Rebellion joins the Inquisition. I've got to admit that's a twist I didn't see coming. One thing you saw in the future worries me. I mean, it was all bad. But Red Lyrium and Ferelden infecting
God, this is
people
like his
and growing
only
out of
like
them, that's bad.
character thing. Oh my God,
Finding
Red
more of
Lyrium,
it
Red
really
Lyrium
punches
everywhere.
a
Oh my
hole in
God.
my
Why
Red
is no one
Lyrium
worrying
at the
about the Red
temple was a
Lyrium? Oh my
coincidence
God.
theory.
How fast?
How long does it take for Red Lyrium to
It's
grow?
suddenly Varric
can
is
it
like
spread?
the
It took years
authority
to
on
infect
Red
people in
Lyrium.
Kirkwall, but no one there was actually ingesting the stuff. This Elder One managed to take the worst thing I can think of and make it worse. That's an accomplishment.
I'd like to keep hoping it's a coincidence, if you don't mind. I need to be able to sleep at night.
Honestly, I think I'll give up sleeping for the foreseeable future. I've got people trying to find out where the red stuff came from. I think maybe we should make that a priority. But that's enough doom and gloom. You just won a big victory for the Inquisition. What are you going to do to celebrate?
Anything but soap.
We can't know what's coming. Best not to get too comfortable.
I can't disagree with that. But maybe you should try to relax while you can. Things should be calm around here for at least the next hour. Take a moment to enjoy it. If the world's about to end, I'm sure the Seeker will let us know.
I was gonna say, wouldn't mind partying on that chest.
Need something?
For the next hour. Let's see. I don't think he has anything
I read your
new.
tale of the champ.
That's a pretty common reaction. Go ahead.
Nope. Let's see what good old Sarah has to say.
Fight Darkspawn. Well, that's mages all over. So many robes, I bet all of Ferelden lost their curtains. I'll just be the other side of Haven, just in case.
Do you have a problem with our new allies? With mages?
No problem
Talking
with
to mages.
You're fine, right? My problem is magic. If mages sat on their hands, everything would be fine. I mean, yay, freedom. Great for them. Over there, away from me.
I'll be back if I need you.
Go on.
So we have gained the mages. Excellent. They should be able to seal the breach. You are certain you experienced time travel? Could it have been an illusion? A trick of the Fade?
I've been to the Fade before. I'd know it.
Point taken. What an amazing gift. It is vital the Inquisition succeed to avoid the future you witness.
What? No, I didn't. Why is this an option?
Surprised you're not more interested in your own future.
I know enough. If that future happened, then I, and Cassandra, Cullen and the rest failed to stop this Elder One. Speaking of which, you should ready yourself.
You know,
this Elder One.
I think it's weird
You have
that
now interfered with his
that
plans twice.
Solus, being
Once
who
the
he
Temple of
is
Sacred
like
Ashes,
so pro
and now
mage,
again at Redcliffe.
like regardless
A being
of
who aspires to godhood isn't
species,
likely to
because
ignore
it's
such an
like
affront.
or race. I guess I shouldn't call him species. Race. Like considering that he's really kind of. I don't know. I guess would you call him a fascist? Because he kind of wants to kill everyone and rise the elves back up to power. Well, I guess not necessarily kill everyone, but kind of reboot the world and have the elves have their world back.
Hello.
So what would it matter if
We'll talk later.
if I'm pro mage or not? Is it just because he happens to be a mage?
The Inquisition supports free mages. What's next? Elves running Halamsharal? Cows milking farmers?
Give me time. I'm sure I'll surprise you.
I suspect that's untrue. Unless... this, you strip yourself naked and allow the Chantry to flog you into repentance. Now that would surprise me. I do wonder if you've considered what this support of yours will do. For mages in general, I mean. The Inquisition is seen as an authority.
Kind of.
You've given
At
southern
least at this
mages
point.
license to, well, be like mages back home.
If that means they're anything like you, I approve.
Ha! There aren't many mages back home like me.
I'd believe that.
I never fit in. Bloodstains are so difficult to clean, you see.
So we're doomed to a future of blood magic, then?
Not at first. But you'd be a fool not to see where this could lead. Thing is, the Imperium was once just like the South. Templars, proper circles, all that rot. Then it changed. By inches. Not that this is reason to oppress us. Still, my homeland should be a cautionary tale, not a source of inspiration.
It occurs to me that I barely know anything about you.
Beyond my being a mage from Tevinter, you mean?
Beyond that, yes.
And beyond my being so charming and well-dressed, which is obvious to anyone.
I'm well aware of your finer qualities, believe me.
Of course I believe you. The moment I saw you, I thought, there's a man who knows quality. Now, what was I talking about? Ah, yes, me. I am the scion of House Parvis, a product of generations of careful breeding and the repository of its hopes and dreams.
Except they bred the gauging into
the
him.
lies, the scheming, the illusions of supremacy. That's Tevinter in a nutshell, isn't it? Needless to say, my family was not happy with my choices.
Why would your family be upset with your choices?
Junkies.
Because I rejected their idyllic plan. If they had their way, by now I'd be married to some unlucky girl from a powerful family. We'd live in luxurious despair, despising each other as I waited to take my father's place in the magisterium. I declined the honor, and thus it's best I'm far from home. Less of an embarrassment that way, you see.
I'm getting the impression that you don't care much for your homeland.
On the contrary, I care for my homeland a great deal. There's so much potential. Sadly, we squander it. We refuse to acknowledge how far we've fallen because pretending is easier. We pretend the Qunari can be beaten. We pretend that we're superior to everyone, even our own people. Not everyone feels that way. I don't. Sadly, we're the minority.
It just seems so much of what you say about the Imperium is entirely negative.
But he wants his country to be better.
For all our faults, my people have many virtues. We are laden with history and culture. Tevinter is where Thedas truly began, remember? We treasure our past and preserve it. You can walk down a side street and find nothing built during the modern ages. And despite appearances, we care. Deeply. About everything. We have no reserve, not in war and not in love. If I truly believed my homeland was beyond all hope, I wouldn't miss it so much.
What do you mean by generations of careful breeding?
The great families of Tevinter don't have children. They refine traits, weed out the undesirable, and promote
eugenics.
My mother was chosen for my father because magic runs strongly in her blood. Never mind that they loathed each other. They wanted a son who could become Archon to make House Parvis the envy of the Imperium.
I wonder why they don't just have more than one kid. It always seems like they only have one kid. I guess that they hate each other. It's like, man, let's not have sex all that often.
Why remain with the Inquisition? Why not go back to Tevinter?
I'm not exactly welcome back home.
As he just
Not
explained.
that it matters. I'm quite accustomed to being a pariah. It adds to my charm. I can do more for Tevinter here. If the Venatori succeed, it'll set my homeland back 1,000 years. I'm sure some magisters would disagree. But that's why we kill them.
I think I've heard enough.
That's too bad. I never tire of talking about myself.
I'd like to ask you about Tevinter.
Ah, yes. Everyone outside the Imperium always seems quite fascinated by it. Probably why they come up with so many ridiculous tales. Flying cows over Minrathous. It's madness. All right, that one's actually true, but the cows didn't have wings. I digress. Anything in particular you wanted to know?
It seems strange that an entire empire would be ruled by mages.
Actually, I don't understand that at all. Like,
why are you less qualified to rule than some
why
town
don't
with a fancy crown? Actually,
why didn't like some of the mage rebellions maybe try to like go to some island and start their own country?
That magisters are all mages.
I guess that's easier said than done.
Convenient technicality.
What is the magisterium exactly?
The upper house of the Imperial Senate, and the only part worth having a seat on. Those seats
no
are
one
split
aspires
among
to
the
be the
circles of
male
Magi,
clerk
the
of the
Chantry,
magisterium.
And the major families. All mages now. It's odd that outside the Imperium, you use Magister like it applies to every Tevinter mage.
If you're not a magister, then what are you called? No special title?
I'm an Altus, which is almost as good as a Magister, depending on who you ask.
I've never heard of an Altus.
Upper class. Those families who trace descent from the Dreamers, the first prophets of the old gods. If you're a mage and you're not Altus, then you're later. Lower class. If you're not a mage at all, you're Sokarati. That's everyone else. We do love our fancy words.
I thought the Archon ruled over the Imperium.
The Archon, you say?
Yes. Technically, he can overrule laws passed by the Magisterium, but that never happens.
So he's a president.
Even so, he gets to appoint new Magisters, which means all the families vie madly for his favor. Thus, the Archon gets invited to all the parties. The truest path to Tevinter influence, let me tell you.
If it's a fiction, that means mages do rule then.
Yes and no. Let me put it this way. Mages do rule, but not all mages are equal. If you're not from the right family, chances are you don't rule anything. Maybe you're even a slave. The idea that anyone could be a mage, however, keeps the masses placated.
Okay.
Can anyone be a mage?
Technically. The potential runs mostly in bloodlines, but it's been known to happen. More importantly, commoners believe it can. Tevinter legend is chock full of mage heroes from humble origins. So they hold out hope. Someday my son or my son's son will be a mage. Someday. Poor sods don't realize that means he'll be a quaestor at the arse end of the 100 Pillars, at best.
Being a quaestor isn't a good thing.
I imagine the average non-mage likes to think so. Counting numbers and shuffling papers all day is better than many occupations after all. If you're a second-class citizen among a pack of piranha, however, your outlook changes.
Let me ask you something else.
Of course.
Yeah. Let's see.
There's an Imperial Chantry, isn't there? With its own divine.
You people aren't supposed to talk about the Black Divine, are you? If you mention him outside the Imperium, people make that face, like you're urinating in public. But yes,
taboo.
We do have the Chantry, or a version of it. Night and day comparing it to yours.
Is the Imperial Chantry so different from ours?
Not in theory. The main difference is in the whole magic is meant to serve man, not rule over him business. Back home, ruling the unwashed masses is serving them, for the good of the Imperium. Perhaps it started with good intentions, but these days it's academic. The circles are in command.
The circles?
There are circles of magi in the Imperium.
We don't have dismal little mage prisons, if that's what you mean. They're academies, prestigious ones. We have Templars as well, but they don't cancel spells or whatever your Templars do. They're soldiers.
They don't use Lyria.
Ha! As if there'd be any left for them. They watch for abuse of magic, yes, but only those who are weak or who fall out of favor get dealt with. Mostly they enforce the Magisterium's edicts. The Chantry smiles and nods from the sidelines.
Do you really call him the Black Divine?
We don't call him that, oh no. In the Imperium, he's the true Divine. The woman sitting on the Sunburst throne is some backwater pretender. It all stems from a disagreement over Andraste. Marvelous, isn't it?
Why would they disagree over Andraste?
It's not my field of expertise, but the Imperium believes Andraste was a mortal woman, a mage. Down south, they say, no, she's the bride of the Maker, ascended to his side, divine provenance, blah, blah, blah. We feel better believing Andraste was one of us. Makes executing her less damning, you see. So we elected a man as divine, the South declared war, and we've been feuding cousins ever since.
So the Imperial Divine is always a man?
All the better to distinguish him from that.
So I guess this is like saying that Jesus was the Son of God and Jesus was not the Son of God, but was sort of holy
Same reason you never
in
see a
some
man
way.
on the sunburst throne. Because that's how it's always been done. Excellent reasoning.
Do you consider yourself Andrastian?
The big question. It might surprise you that I do consider myself Andrastian. I simply do not believe in the Chantry. It is a relic, whether back home or
I believe
here
in
the
Jesus,
South.
I just don't follow
Something
the church.
from a bygone age
That makes
desperately
sense.
clinging to relevance. It's not an opinion that makes me popular.
I share your opinion, actually.
That's not surprising, considering what the Inquisition represents. I'll say this. I may not believe in the Chantry, but I believe in you.
In me?
Well, yeah,
But the
because I'm
Maker
here.
sent you,
I'm standing right
whether
before
through
you.
Andraste or fate. Cassandra is not wrong. You are what we needed most at the moment we needed it. That's what they will say in
A
ages
brand new
to come.
slate that isn't Hawk.
You don't seem like the religious sort, to be honest.
If you define religious as sitting in a chantry and listening to a blithering hen tell you how to live, then no. If you define it as believing in the possibility that something larger than yourself exists, then yes, by all means. The world is bigger than I, even bigger than you. It laughs at all the things we think we know. The Maker doesn't need me to believe, but I do. The thought of no one at all watching out for us is too frightening.
No, and I can't give him some
me
atheist
ask you something
reviews
else.
or rebuttals to the. I'm like it's almost like a Pascal's wager, but he doesn't really wager anything.
I'm wondering if the Imperium would be a useful ally.
I'd think you'd be more concerned whether or not they'd support the Venator.
But I don't think
They won't.
the Pascal wager can apply here because I don't think the Maker condemns you
disavow
whether you
all
believe
knowledge
in
of
him or
dangerous
not. In
cultists.
this world, it's just
Secretly.
he either exists or
Many
he doesn't. You
magisters would
believe him or
rejoice in
not.
the
There doesn't seem to be a consequence.
If the
There's no
South
hell,
falls to chaos in the
essentially, in
meantime,
this religion.
all the better.
It would be in the Imperium's best interest to help. Surely it could use allies.
I think the Imperium gave up on the idea of allies a long time ago.
Tranquita.
We've been fighting the Qunari for what? 200 years off and on? It's a point of pride that we go it alone. They'll sneer at the South behind their silk handkerchiefs and say, "You've had it easy for far too long." Let's not forget that the Inquisition seems to be an arm of the Orlesian Chantry. Anathema so far as they're concerned.
We're not part of the Chantry. The Chantry opposed the Inquisition's
Even though we're
formation.
kind of seen in Chantry.
Don't be silly. The Herald of Andraste.
Yeah, I guess.
Your very
It's
title
sort
smacks
of.
of the Southern Chantry.
I guess you could sort of
You
see
may
the
as well
world
be a
as in
heathen.
hell, but
I think they're far more
the
frightened
Chantry
by what
doesn't
the
seem to
Vulgus
really,
see.
like, oh, you better believe and live a certain way, or you're going to hell, and you're, at least it doesn't seem to make, like, mages out to be, like, automatic sinners born with, like, original sin for just being mages.
Just how often is blood magic used there?
Oh, not at all.
Not at all.
That's what any Magister would tell you. They'd be convincingly offended by the notion, too. Of course, what people call blood magic here, and what we consider blood magic, are two different things.
What's considered actual blood magic in Tevinter?
Blood magic isn't inherently dangerous. Using your own blood or that of a willing participant? What's the harm? The problem is that what's permitted only gets you so much power. And what if you need more? You always need more. That's where we get into sacrifices and demon summoning. None of that is done. Not officially.
Yeah, so I guess
doors, it's a
the
different story.
blood
magic can give you an
the
edge,
Darkspawn, I guess,
a leg up against your
are
opponents.
sort of like a
It's safe to assume that any major
the
rank
entire tale. I guess that is
the rest
original
are quietly
sin.
shut out of power, to put it bluntly.
And I guess they're the curse. They're like our sins, our stigma for being uncleaned.
That's all I wanted to
Especially
know.
when you consider like the general way they kind of exist. It seems like all Darkspawn seem to be male. They don't reproduce, at least not amongst themselves. They have to essentially kidnap a different like females of different species, violate them, make them into cannibals, and just infect them in order to make them into like breeding cows, essentially. That's like breeding stock to make more Darkspawn. It's like, yeah, that has disturbing implications to it, but that's sort of what kind of makes it fascinating. But but again, there's like no hell other than, I guess, sort of the idea is that maybe if everybody becomes part of the Chantry, and you know, we all work hard, we all basically pray and live good lives, that maybe the Darkspawn, which is hell, I guess, goes away, and the Maker will come back and, you know, like, oh, I forgive you for breaching my golden city and making it black, so we'll take Darkspawn away and all is forgiven, peace on earth, or heaven on earth, essentially. It's sort of fascinating, but at least like they didn't make like the Chantry like sort of very, even though we're kind of called the Inquisition, they didn't like really make it into a oh, you're going to hell kind of thing, which I think would have grated on people a lot.
Have you gone to see
It sort of kind of makes the Chantry a little more tolerable as a religion.
I saw him before they locked him up. He looked despondent, broken. Not the man I remember, nor the one I want to. I suppose the Inquisition will judge him eventually. I wonder if there's any chance they'll show him mercy. He hardly deserves it, but for Felix's sake. I can't help hoping there's something left of the man I once knew.
I kind of wonder, more like the Tower of Babel rather than the... Yeah, it is sort of like the Tower... I guess you could sort of say that they took a lot of mythologies from like the Hebrew Old Testament Bible, and then like the Gospels and the Christian Gospels, and kind of twisted it into like an interesting version of itself. You know, something I wonder if that's not really addressed is I wonder if like Dorian sees Alexis as like sort of like a sacred father figure. He's clearly like disappointed that he's like fallen from grace. But I don't think he kind of brings that up anymore, except for maybe like his judgment, once they pass judgment on him. Replenish everything. I'm trying to think of what characters I should take. I just use regenerative potions because they're...
You just keep the wounded breathing, sister. I'll get you what you need.
And I think I'm going to try taking all warriors, because this next section has always been very difficult, and playing on hard is definitely a challenge. No, I need more elf root. That can only be used on the rogue, huh? I need more elf root. I'm just probably gonna go out and buy that.
And done.
Hang on, I'm also going to change the trials, because there is no way I'm going to be able to do the next one without the supply caches and in the game.
The Chantry isn't supporting us.
I told you that it was complicated. Without the Divine...
You people, with your fancy robes and your fancy words, you think you sing a better chant than the rest of us, but you really only hear yourselves nattering on. We don't need a Divine. We have the Herald, and whatever he says is good enough for me.
I'm not okay with that. Like, okay, yeah, I don't mind being a leader, but don't see me as some sort of religious thing.
Nothing. I'm sorry.
No, it's taken all of us by surprise. We must... I don't know. He compromised the rebel mages, and is likely responsible for the disappearance of the Templars.
And we know nothing about him.
We will soon enough.
Not to mention the Great Warrants.
For heaven or for earth or sea or sky.
Let's see, have I gotten anything in here? Nope.
And his word became all that might be.
Charter, if you're free later, would you like to have a drink on the tap?
Go sell a bunch of crap. I'll sell all these. Amulet of powers. I'm such a hoarder. Oh, that's probably better than something he probably has equipped.
I used to drink with the soldiers. I can't talk with them anymore, not really.
You've seen enough pieces to have some idea of the size of the game we're playing.
Yes, and I'm sorry. You understand. This elder one.
Magic exists to serve man and never to rule over him.
Buy me a drink.
Foul and corrupt are they.
Good luck
who have
sealing
taken
those
his
wrists.
gift and turned it against his children.
I like to say they did put a lot of attention and detail into like the dialogues, the ambience.
And what are we supposed to do, exactly?
What you always do. Complain.
We've already spoken with Commander Cullen. No one listens. We want better quarters. We want the Templars kept at a distance. And some respect for...
This is not the Circle. You mages are our allies, not our wards. Act like it.
How are we supposed to...
Deal with it.
That was strange
it
blocking.
never ends, evidently.
You don't need to tell me that.
I just don't know who told them I'm the one to yell at.
Is it that bad?
The mages are here as equals. They need to get used to what that
Yeah,
means.
I do. I enjoy
It is
Cassandra.
your
I
doing,
even
after
enjoyed her in
all.
the
You created
for
this
the
alliance.
little that she's in the second game. I enjoyed her in there as well. It's kind of unfortunate that her movie kind of sucks. Her Bizarro saved the Chantry from some guy who wants to control dragons and destroy it with dragons. That movie was not good all around. Not even sure if it's the same voice actor or not.
I had to think on my feet, and I did what I could.
Oh. I do sound like I'm blaming you, don't I? I don't disapprove. In fact, you did well.
Even though
You made a decision when it needed to be made.
Even though I
And
think you
here we
strongly
are.
disagreed,
I wish I could
strongly
say this was
disapproved
my doing.
with my decision and saying that there are allies. They did. I would have to agree. I mean, Varric is, I think, clearly was like the fan favorite of everybody. At least that's like one that everyone can agree with, because I know that every character in Dragon Age 2 has its fans, but a lot of them have their detractors. And I would say that Varric is probably the one that probably has the least hate among all the characters.
You're flattering me.
I'm not. This always happens. Nobody ever takes my meaning.
You should see your face.
I'm thinking less flattering things now. Let's hope the breach has
okay,
your
that was
sense of
kind
humor.
A teaser. I don't think she's gonna say anything else.
Yes?
I have some more questions.
Why am I not surprised?
The mages are ready to approach the breach. I pray this will be enough to close it.
You weren't happy with how I brought in the mages. You have a problem with me as well.
Of course not. I have no intention of endangering your alliance, but I must ensure the safety of those here. That concern extends to the mages. They are putting themselves at risk for the Inquisition, as are you. Any precautions taken are meant to aid you, nothing more. I hope you will accept them as such.
I should get to know you better. We're working together after all. What would you like? All right.
What just happened? How to act for...
I grew up in Ferelden, near Honmouth. I was transferred to Kirkwall shortly after the Blight. This is the first I've returned in almost 10 years.
Varric's from Kirkwall. Did you two know each other?
Oh, did I not
I
do
knew
all
he was
this?
friends with the champion of Kirkwall, but little else. We've spoken more since I joined the Inquisition, largely at Varric's insistence. Apparently, I spend too much time with a serious expression on my face, and it's bad for my health.
You haven't seen Ferelden in 10 years. Are you glad to be back?
I was not sorry to leave at the time. I did not expect to return. Now, between the Divine's murder and the breach, I've arrived to find nothing but chaos.
You were in Ferelden during the Blight. Did you fight Darkspawn?
No. I was stationed at Ferelden's Circle Tower. The
And
Circle
it all
had
went to
troubles of
hell.
its own. I remained there during the Blight.
What happened at the Circle Tower?
Few who survived the Blight have fond memories of that time. I would prefer not to speak of it.
What was Kirkwall like?
While I was there, Canary occupied and then attacked the city. The Viscount's murder caused political unrest. Relations between mages and Templars fell apart. An apostate blew up the Chantry, and the Knight Commander went mad.
Fun times.
Fine.
What happened between Kirkwall's mages and Templars?
You were at the Conclave. You must have heard people speak of it.
Yes, but you were there.
There was tension between mages and Templars long before I arrived. Eventually, it reached a breaking point. There was fighting in the streets. Abominations began killing both sides. It was a nightmare.
What happened then?
The Templars should have restored order, but Red Lyrium had driven Knight Commander Meredith mad. She threatened to kill Kirkwall's champion, turned on her own men. I'm not sure how far she would have gone. Too far.
Yeah,
So
pretty
you
much.
opposed her. I stood with the champion against her, in the end. I should have seen through Meredith sooner.
I
I'll let
guess.
you return to your work.
I'm sure you have other matters to attend.
Not that she would have
Was there
let
something you
you
needed?
do anything about it.
I'd like to know more about the Templars.
What would you like to know?
Why did you join the Order?
I could think of no better calling than to protect those in need. I used to beg the Templars at our local chantry to teach me. At first, they merely humored me. I must have shown promise, or at least a willingness to learn. The Knight Captain spoke to my parents on my behalf. They agreed to send me for training. I was 13.
Yeah, it should have, instead of like, oh hey, she went crazy.
13.
Or she's crazy because
Still so
Red
young.
Lyrium.
I wasn't
Or
young.
just it exacerbated
Some
the
children promised to
craziness
be
or
ordered
her
at infancy.
extreme
I didn't take
point
on
of
full
view.
responsibilities until I was 18. The Order sees you trained and educated first.
What about your family? Did you miss them?
Of course, but there were many my age who felt the same. We learned to look out for one another.
Do the Templars do anything besides hunt mages?
Templars protect against the dangers of magic. Before the Order left the Chantry, that meant serving in a circle. They were also tasked with tracking apostates, or fighting demons inevitably summoned by the weak or malicious.
You've made it clear that you consider mages a threat.
Any mage can be. I won't pretend otherwise. I've seen the suffering magic can inflict. I've treated mages with distrust because of it, at times without cause. That was unworthy of me. I will try not to do so. Not that I want mages
I've done my
moving through our base completely
done my character
unchecked.
growing on that.
We need
off screen.
safeguards in place to protect people, including mages, from possession, at the least.
You've lived in the Circle. What was a typical day for a Templar there?
Typical. The last time I was in a circle was right before it fell apart. Nothing was typical.
Before that, then?
Certain rituals require a full guard. A mage's howling, for instance. I've attended a few. Most of the time, you merely maintain a presence, on patrol or in the circle, ready to respond if needed. Mages pretend to ignore that presence, but they're watching you just as closely.
The Templars and mages never speak to each other.
Some do, but Templars are supposed to maintain a certain distance from their charges. If a mage is possessed or uses blood magic, you must act quickly, without hesitation. Your judgment cannot be clouded. Of course, ignoring one another does nothing to foster understanding.
So, yeah, it's almost like there's no middle ground.
What does Templar training involve?
There is weapon and combat training. Even without their abilities, Templars are among the best warriors in Thedas. Initiates must also memorize portions of the Chant of Light, study history, and improve their mental focus.
Did you enjoy your training?
I wanted to learn everything. If I was giving my life to this, I would be the best Templar I could.
You were a model student.
I wanted to be. I wasn't always successful. Watching a candle burn down while reciting the Chant of Transfigurations wasn't the most exciting task.
God, that sounds
I admit,
tedious.
My mind sometimes wandered.
The Templars take vows. I swear to the Maker to watch all the mages, that sort of thing.
There's a vigil first. You're meant to be at peace during that time, but your life is about to change. When it's over, you give yourself to a life of service. That's when you're given a filter, your first draft of Lyrium and its power. As Templars, we are not to seek wealth or acknowledgement. Our lives belong to the Maker and the path we have chosen.
Which is kind of the opposite of what we
That's
saw
all I
from
wanted
that one
to know.
crazy
Thank
seeker.
you. Should you require anything, I'll be here. Yes?
Is there anything I should know?
Not at present.
That's all.
I'm sure.
have anything to
Nice
report,
work at
Grim?
Redcliffe. I could help the mages learn to work with Inquisition soldiers if you like. Not that the chief has any apostates in the group.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Can you think of any other tasks suitable for the charges?
The Templars have holed up in Thorinfar Redoubt. No idea what's happening inside. I could have some of the boys poke around. If nothing else, we get a better look at the land.
We'll talk later.
Table thingy.
So, that Tevinter guy sent you into the future?
If you're worried about magic, I can protect you.
My blade pretty much protects me.
Perhaps I can do things.
I don't know what your penis. Oh, you mean your sword?
It has blood grooves. Well, technically, it's the fuller, but blood grooves sound so much more violent. Anyway, I hope our new friends have what it takes to close the breach. Damn thing gives me a headache just looking at it.
Oh, damn, like... The nipples on this character must be based on the human model, because Iron Bull's nipples are... It seem like they're almost twice as big as my characters. Yes, I'm comparing nipple.
See you later, Bull.
Nipples on models.
Travel safely.
Gee, Iron Bull, my nipples aren't as perky as yours.
There was never going to be an easy answer to the mage dilemma. What you did for the mages took courage. You gave them a chance. Everyone deserves one. I have to ask, what was I like in that dark future you saw?
You were the same. You don't have the exact same body like Shepard. Yeah, well, I don't know. It might be like a stretched out male model one. Well, I guess. But yeah, I guess you don't have the same models. But like, right here, you can even see right now, like, you can see where the head of my Kunari character is, like, you can see the neckline of where, like, the head model ends and where the model begins. This game did not really age well, and of course this is also, he's wearing DLC armor. You were angry.
You were furious about the circumstances.
I would say I wouldn't call him heroic.
Angry.
And I wouldn't say he's the same.
I'm glad I was angry. It means I never stopped caring.
What do you think of the Inquisition?
You already know what I think of your forces. I'm not sure what else there is to
So,
say.
I wonder if that was just a glitch then, because I took him with me and he's like, so, how was I over there? And then I talked to Sarah, I didn't get the same conversation, but then I talked to Solus and he's like, so how was I in the future? I'm like, I didn't see you in the future. Like, did the game just confuse Solus for Sarah because they're both elves?
After all, in charge.
Was the game just racist to there? Like, one elf, he won't notice which elf I acknowledged went with them. Nope, that blade is not better than my other one.
You need something?
Let's see, maybe I should make something if I'm gonna take Cassandra with me. So I'm thinking I should probably take 2 tanks with me. Should I take Iron Bull with me for the next one? Or should I take like a second mage? 'Cause I don't think a rogue is going to do very well. Not two archers, I don't think so. I could just take Dorian with me. I think you need a better weapon. 13. The hell was that? I don't have very many tier 2 stuff. I don't know if I have enough to make a shield. Front defense plus 30%. Put like a crap ton of constitution in there. I'll get myself some 14 blood stones.
You need something? Let me know.
Pretty much talked to everyone. Let's go to the Black Emporium, see if there's anything I can buy to craft stuff.
I have quite an extensive library on the history of forbidden magic. It's back there, somewhere. I think. I haven't been able to turn my head to look for 2 centuries.
God, he's so loud and booming. I don't remember him having like so many extra limbs too. So I don't know if he's supposed to be some weird like Spider-Man or something. No, I don't think I'm gonna have enough to buy 14. No, I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Whoops. Too much. I might have to go earn some money before I give Cassandra some better weapons. Or go mine some Paragon's Luster. Oh, this stuff is pretty good too. Who should I take with me on this grind? Well, I'm making a weapon for Cassandra, so I might as well take her with me. Level up. find ourselves some Paragon's Luster. Yep, I'm totally the leader of a band of religious zealots if I'm out having to mine my own resources. This way. Whee! And I do have to say that the environments at least still look good, even if the character models don't. It's like how these random doohickeys just exist to help reinforce the veil or something. Yeah, this place is definitely headache-inducing. Especially when you're having to hunt down everything, all the stupid shards. Which I've already pretty much gone through and cleared. I think I probably spent here... Probably took me about like 2 or 3 hours to clear everything out of here. I mean, aside from like the doors that I can't access. I don't need serpent stones. I think serpent stones are tier 1. Here. And do an interesting funny glitch. No, it didn't let me do it that time. No one's talking. Okay, it's not letting me do it anymore. There's this glitch I stumbled across that... I once managed to quick travel while... Oh, yeah, doing that.
Nothing to report.
Climbing the stairs. Or the ladder. Although I got my Inquisitor to do it. It's just like, I'm climbing up an invisible ladder. But I need to fund the Inquisition the best I can, and that's through glitching, because... God, grinding gold here sucks. Oh yeah, that's right, I also need more elf fruits. Your gold. Some spirit essence. These like super rare materials kind of have such a crappy value to them. For being rare, you can't really sell them for very much. I'm pretty sure those only sell for like 2 gold each. Which honestly, going back to your economies comment, but 2 gold would actually be pretty good if like everything still had like silver and bronze values to them. But it doesn't, so 2 gold sucks. For some reason, this arcane horror won't attack if I just keep spamming him from here. Yeah, you can. This is how I've been making my gold, is taking this right here and this. This gives you about 2,000, and this gives you about 150 gold. Leave the master room in there, close the container, come back and do it all over again. That's why I only keep taking one thing out of a chest. Unless it's really good, then I'll close the loot container. Take everything. Now travel to the Black Emporium, because he won't ask questions. There's also supposedly a duping glitch. I've read that it doesn't work anymore, that's been patched out. Although maybe not for the PlayStation 4. But I need to get to Skyhold and use the storage container. That still works.
Bring me a moist towelette.
I don't even think the urchin's in here anymore. Nope. Ta-da! I got gold. I just realized he doesn't have any herbs in here. I just realized too, it's like, I don't know if I have enough to craft some armor. Oh, but I know where I can go get some. I know this vendor over here sells some elf fruit. And the load times can sometimes be unbearable too. Loading all those assets. Loading.
It's good to have commerce.
Ah, that should be good, hopefully. Yeah, that glitch, I swear that glitch right there where it keeps telling me that particular quest, Lotus and Roots, is completed. Like, that glitch has been around since like my first time playing it, and it's still in the game. Like, hey, that you completed this quest that for picking up just elf fruit, or I assume the Blood Lotus. Yeah, I don't think they're patching this game anymore.
Good day to you. Tell Master Thread the new blade should be ready as...
Let's see. Let's give her that. Oh crap, am I out? Yes, I am. Oh, that's great. I'm out of tier 2 medals. Ugh. Let me make her shield first. Give her a mass amount of constitution, because she's probably going to need it. There we go. Shield of Cassandra. I think that's how you spell Cassandra. I probably misspelled that. Okay, so I need 18. I need 18 of a tier 2. I wanted to use Viridium, right? Yep. Oh. Can I use? Yeah. There we go. Oh, no, wait. I need more. I need 5 more? I don't know why he asked me if I want to take anybody with me when it's a map where I'm by myself.
quite an extensive library on the history of forbidden magic.
Fine. Colin.
Good day to you.
Smithing is hot work. Here, have something to drink.
Okay, lady. Okay, how about see her?
So have you...
Whoops. There we go. Much better. But now she probably could use better armor. Let me see. I kind of hate how cumbersome this, well, everything is in terms of the menu. It takes such a while for it to load. I don't think I want any of those. The Iron Bull can probably wear this now, can't she? Nope. Like wearing crap armor. Oh, we can just hope that her shield and her sword is enough. What is it, Chunkies? Hear something?
I hear the refugees are doing much better now. The Inquisition is safe already.
Alright, take Cassandra, me, Blackwall. I said let's try Dorian with our fourth companion, see if burning things with fire
Segura can
works
get what
out.
I need. I'll pay the bastard myself.
Listen, I know you're doing what you think.
No, just making sure that this next part, I'm ready for this next part since it's...
Thank you for
Like on Nightmare, this is actually really difficult. But let's see if all this prepping has come to help. Yeah, I kind of wish we could stay in Haven. Or just, I really don't like the Skyhold map at all. Influence. More influence. Oh, this is just a new map. Templars, well, maybe have to take the Chargers, investigate. My scouts can make a describe. Wait, shouldn't we use your scouts if they're going in? Because they tend to be more like muscle.
Let's see what we have.
She's still in the middle of her thing. Leaders, Templars, Temple Sacred Ages. Sure.
All right.
Hang on, just in case this goes bad, I can save. Or at least, if I end up having to reload, those missions should be done. Vivian. Oops. I approve of you doing your one mission that I gave you. Alright, here goes.
The best of the mages are ready, Herald. Be certain you are prepared for the assault on the breach. We cannot know.
I honestly thought the first time I played through this game, I honestly thought this was the end of the game. It's like, well, we closed the breach and everything's a-okay. It's like, that was easy. And then, oh no, Corythius. Corythius.
Mages! Focus past the Herald. Let his will draw from you.
Focus your magics and energy and lyrium into his hand. Like how they all look exactly the same. Yay! We saved the world! Roll credits. Well, it's time for an epilogue now. Hooray us! We saved the world!
Solus confirms the heavens are scarred but calm. The breach is sealed. We've reports of lingering rifts, and many questions remain. But this was a victory. Word of your heroism has spread.
Don't they know I fell into this? Almost literally.
Perhaps you're too close to judge. We needed you. We still do. We've yet to discover how the breach came to be. And that is only the most conspicuous of our troubles.
I'm sure that'll be addressed in the next game.
Strange days, and more to come.
Forces approaching! To arms!
What the? We must get to the gates.
It's a good thing we're still wearing our armor. I didn't put my skin-tight pajamas on.
Perhaps assaulting the sky drew some attention.
We have to put up barricades or something.
Never a...
Cullen?
One watchguard reporting. It's a massive force, the bulk over the mountain.
Under what banner?
None.
None?
I can't come in unless you open.
I think I sort of know where everyone is.
I'm Cole. I came to warn you, to help. People are coming to hurt you. You probably...
Cole's another
What is
character
this?
I
What's
couldn't
going
get
on?
into.
The Templars come to
Kind of
kill
annoyed
you.
me a little bit.
Templars? Is this the Order's response to our talks with the mages, attacking blindly?
The Red Templars went to the Elder One. You know him? He knows you. You took his mages. There.
I know that man. But this Elder One...
He's very angry that you took his mages.
Cullen, give me a plan. Anything.
Haven is no fortress. If we are to withstand this monster, we must control the battle. Get out there and hit that force. Use
Actually, I like
everything
how
you can.
pretty much desperate this
Mages,
makes it feel. It's not really so much a victory, it's just trying to
That is
survive.
Samson. He will not make it easy. Inquisition!
He has
With
really
the
good eyes.
herald!
We can make out that Samson from all the way over there with no binoculars. Where's my... Yeah. Oh great, they're resistant to lightning. Yeah, so I honestly, had I actually plan on making the videos when I was actually planning on making a video on what I thought Inquisition was going to be in terms of just like fan theories and whatnot based on like the release trailers. I honestly thought that the main focus would have been what was sort of laid down on in the Mark of the Assassin DLC, and definitely not the Legacy DLC. So honestly, I thought that was a terrible DLC. It's like, Hawk is special! Again! For a reason! Since apparently my lightning attacks are completely useless here, I'm going to have to beat nothing but Trebuchet. I know from interviews they were awfully proud of themselves using that word. Trebuchet. Random stuff. I just like how I had to mine that. Surprisingly, I only had to use one potion. Usually the battle is so much more harder. But maybe because this time I actually got a bunch of warriors with me. Or maybe all those Black Emporium schematics actually made a difference. Hard hit from what? Oh, what is it, Chunkies? You need attention. Is that right, Chunkies? My one chihuahua was picking on my other one. Do that turning thing. This is a lot harder before, and this is on Nightmare. It's actually a pretty good plan, using the environment. Yay! Oh crap, he's got a pet dragon!
It can't be. Can it?
Everyone to the gates.
It's a good thing we all survived. No more loot. There we go.
Good boy. Just grabbing essentials. Won't die for the forge.
I don't think there's anybody out here.
Move it! Move it!
How come the dragon's not hitting our buildings?
We need everyone back to the Chantry. It's the only building that might hold against that beast. At this point, just make them work for it.
The villagers will need help if they are to survive this.
Leveled up. I think you pretty much have everything there. In here. Let's save here. There's one with like the burning building. Like I could never. I always have difficulty getting him out of there.
A survivor!
About time. Let me out of here.
See, this next two I think are kind of hard to save.
I hear a voice.
Harold! What's happening? Maker, thank you. Thank you.
Our Lady is with you, Harold. Thank you.
Strangely, the fire doesn't burn me. Although I kind of don't like the way it's like most of them are like, oh yeah, they're...
I hear someone.
You save them, kind of, and... Oh yeah, you save those people. They're just gonna stand out there off screen now.
Follow suit.
I didn't expect you to save me. Well, thanks. Bye. Story and Cassandra have now leveled up. Guess I'll give you some more stat boost, and we'll probably need that. I prefer more damage.
Move! Keep going! The chantry is your shelter!
He
I
tried
guess
to
this
stop a Templar.
character gets redeemed.
The blade went deep. He's going to die.
What a charming boy.
It's like, how come magic can't...
Harold,
Healing magic can't
our
help?
position is not good. That dragon stole back any time you might have earned us.
Magic!
I've seen an archdemon.
So what the point
I
is
was in the
healing
Fade,
magic but can't
but it
help
looked
like,
like that.
severe
I
injuries?
don't care what it looks like.
Or at least
It's got
like
a
ease
path
the
for
pain.
that army. They'll kill everyone in Haven.
The Elder One doesn't care about the village. He only wants the Herald.
If you know why he wants me, just say it.
I don't. He's too loud. It hurts to hear him. He wants to kill you. No one else matters, but he'll crush them, kill them anyway. I don't like him.
You don't like... Herald. There are no tactics to make this survivable. The only thing that slowed them was the avalanche. We could turn the remaining trebuchets, cause one last slide.
We're overrun. To hit the enemy, we'd bury Haven.
We're dying, but we can decide how. Many don't get that choice.
Yes, that. Chancellor Roderick can help. He wants to say it before he dies.
There is a path. You wouldn't know it unless you'd made the summer pilgrimage, as I have. The people can escape. She must have shown me. Or Andraste must have shown me so I could tell you.
What are you on about, Roderick?
It was whim that I walked the path. I did not mean to start. It was overgrown. Now, with so many in the Conclave dead, to be the only one who remembers... I don't know, Herald. If this simple memory can save us, this could be more than mere accident. You could be more.
Redeemed right before he dies.
I can bury an army, stop them from following. But that thing is flying.
It won't stray from the Elder One. He's here for you.
Leaving you no escape. Perhaps you will surprise it. Find a way.
Honorable
Inquisition,
death.
follow Chancellor Roderick through the Chantry. Move!
Herald, if you are meant for this, if the Inquisition is meant for this, I pray for you.
My God, my daughter playing off screen.
They'll load the trebuchets. Keep the Elder One's attention until we're above the tree line. If we are to have a chance, if you are to have a chance, let that thing hear you.
You need to be noticed. Happens to be a specialty of mine.
Feeling all playful. This loot is still floating up here. Let's see if I can get it actually. I could. Oh, totally not worth it. Oh, terrible pet dragon. It should be attacking the Chantry, flying and throwing fire on it.
end. All it needs is aiming.
Reinforcements!
I seem to be doing pretty well for the moment.
Here they come. Get ready.
at the loot. You. And you got crappy loot.
Move. Now!
It's a good thing he didn't destroy that treasure cave like he did the first time. Otherwise, this plan wouldn't have worked. Don't worry, my manly Kunari nipples are just fine. I also gotta love how they kind of retcon like his character design to have red lyrium instead of just like regular blue lyrium.
Enough! Pretender, you toy with forces beyond your ken no more.
What are you? Why are you doing this?
Mortals beg for truth they cannot have. It is beyond what you are, what I was. Know me. Know what you have pretended to be. Exalt the Elder One. The will that is Corypheus.
Corypheus.
You will kneel.
I want to understand you. Now, it's where you cue the porn music.
This doesn't make sense. Let me understand.
Your understanding is not required. If you gain it, consider yourself blessed.
I also like how
here for the anchor.
How essentially it's like
of removing it begins.
Let's take Corypheus from a DLC and let's give him a MacGuffin. Or actually like a Deus Ex Machina and a MacGuffin. Or both.
You interrupted a ritual years in the planning, and instead of dying, you stole its purpose. I do not know how you survived, but what marks you as touched, what you flail at rifts, I crafted to assault the very heavens.
Yeah. Considering that he's like, he's supposed to be like one of the, you know, evidence that may lead credence to like the Chantry mythology.
Take it! I didn't ask for this!
I didn't ask for this!
Always cried thus. Praise me, for I would end the silence that answers.
No, it's not. I mean, although, of course, if the DLC didn't happen, even though I guess it will always happen, because it's just whether Varric told Cassandra about it.
Dead whispers. For 1,000 years I was confused, no more.
It still technically happens. Hawk always ends up releasing Corypheus.
To champion withered to winter and correct this blighted world. Beg that I succeed. For I have seen the throne of the gods, and it was empty. The anchor is permanent. You have spoilt it with your stumbling.
Just weird. I'm not sure why it's permanent. It's magic. Magic put it there. Magic could probably take it away. You just probably don't know how to do it.
I will begin again. Find another way to give this world the nation and God it requires.
Again, what the hell is required for this ritual?
And you, I will not suffer even an unknowing rival. You must die.
Also, I don't understand why you can't... If he needs the mark, how come he can't just, like, use blood magic on you and make you a puppet or something? Or just lop your hand off and just wave your dismembered hand at it.
You expect me to fight? But that's... Enjoy your victory. Here's your prize.
No. Not as amusing as humorous Hawk, but we'll have to do. Throw fire. No. I fall into this mining shaft. Yeah, but I guess I see your point, though. Like, the DLC... I mean, yeah, you could have just introduced them out of nowhere. Or you could have... I don't know, make him the architect or some other character. Yep, the mining shaft. This is where I get my done focus abilities. I like how it just kind of cuts to me being a few feet away. So I could just run back there and it's the same cave. Oh no, maybe it isn't. Never mind.
There.
Okay.
There.
That really just killed me. That's great. Yeah, so I guess what's his face? Solus doesn't tell anybody about the magical castle in the mountains that apparently is not all that far away from Haven. Let's try that again. God, this like fake difficulty. That shouldn't take that much to kill like simple little spirit things. This conscious need to have to show off my manly Canary nipples. Oh hey, but Colin's... Somehow I know Colin's ready to report in. I do have to admit, this is like a... I think this entire Haven, like, scene thing is actually very well directed. It has, like, just, like, the right emotional punch, and...
Nothing.
It puts, like, everyone in such a really good low point. Granted, I don't like the thing that kind of uplifts them as his mother just sells singing. It was kind of a bit eye-rolling and cheesy. Internet quality is currently not sufficient. What? Let's see, am I still actually on? Okay. Just making sure it was still on, since I got a little notice saying that my internet connection was low. Okay, I found a camp. It's a good thing it was the Inquisition and not...
Thank the Maker!
I guess they were just standing there around the corner. It's a good thing I stumbled across them and not Corythius's army. And Broncos, I think. Bronos.
What would you have me tell them? This isn't what we asked them to do.
We cannot simply ignore this. We must find a way.
And who put you in charge? We need a consensus or we have nothing.
Please, we must use reason. Without the infrastructure of the Inquisition, we're hobbled.
I can't come from nowhere.
She didn't say it could.
Enough! This is getting us nowhere.
Well, we're agreed on that much.
Shh. You need rest.
They've been at it for hours.
They have that luxury thanks to you. The
I'm gonna
enemy
go
could
wash
not
my
follow.
boots off.
And with time to doubt, we turn to blame. Infighting may threaten as much as this Corypheus.
Do we know where Corypheus and his forces are?
We are not sure where we are. Which may be why, despite the numbers he still commands, there is no sign of him. That,
we don't know where he is.
You are believed dead.
We don't know where he is, so he
Without
didn't bother
Haven,
looking
we are
for
thought
us.
helpless. Or he girds for another
But
attack.
then again, I guess he didn't care for
I
them.
cannot claim to know the mind of that creature. Only his effect on us.
The only thing yelling gets us is a headache. Another headache.
They know. But our situation, your situation, is complicated. Our leaders struggle because of what we survivors witnessed. We saw our defender stand and fall. And now we have seen him return. The more the enemy is beyond us, the more miraculous your actions appear, and the more our trials seem ordained. That is hard to accept, no?
It is
What
meant to be.
we have been called to endure. What we perhaps must come to believe.
Whoop.
I escaped the avalanche. Barely, perhaps, but I didn't die.
Of course, and the dead cannot return from across the veil. But the people know what they saw. Or perhaps what they needed to see. The Maker works both in the moment and in how it is
That's
remembered.
not people's beliefs.
Can we truly know the heavens are not with us?
You saw Corypheus? What do you think of his claims of assaulting the heavens?
Scripture says magisters to winter servants of false-souled gods entered the Fade to reach the Golden City, seat of the Maker. For their crime, they were cast out as Darkspawn. Their hubris is why we suffer blight, and why the Maker turned from us. If such is the claim of this Corypheus, he is a monster
It's kind of
beyond
a crappy
imagining.
thing. Oh, some of my
All
children are
mankind
bad, so I'll
continues
turn
to
away from
suffer
all
for
of them.
that sin.
And punish all of them.
If even a shred of it is true, all the more reason Andraste would choose someone to rise against him.
Corypheus said he found only corruption and emptiness. Nothing golden.
If he entered that place, it has changed him without and within. The living are not meant to make that journey. Perhaps these are lies he must tell himself, rather than accept that he earned the scorn of the Maker. I know I could not bear such.
All of this happened because of fanatics and arguments about the next world. It's time we start believing in this one.
Ugh, my least favorite part of this moment. Instead of oh, you know what, everybody, come on, we can do this. Let's sing some religious song.
Shadows fall and hope has fled.
And suddenly we're in a comped choir area.
Heart, the dawn will come. The night is long and the path is dark. Look to the sky for one day soon.
Hey, it's a touching moment. I think it's kind of cheesy. I also don't particularly care for the lyrics or chants, really. And it's great that everyone seems to know the song, but I guess they're all Andrastian, so that's why they're here. Although my first thing is we're being chased and they're flying around on a dragon. It's it'd be so ironic if it's everyone's gathered up their spirits from singing the song, but that's what attracts Corypheus and his dragon. It's oh, there you are. Game over. Because at least this makes it seem like they're all echoey out in the mountains. Oh, thanks for your sacrifice. Bye! Last time you'll be mentioned, I think. Corypheus, yes.
It's all one world.
And from that day, Solus's heart grew maybe half a size, a little more.
A word.
Yeah, and here we go. Here, want a magic castle. It's out waiting to open, and with this random torch just planted on the ground.
A wise woman, worth heeding. Her kind understand the moments that unify
Yes.
a cause. Or fracture it.
Alright, have a
The
good
old
night, Lessons
Corypheus
Learned.
carried
Thanks for stopping
the
by.
power he used against you. It is Elven. Corypheus used the orb to open the breach. Unlocking it must have caused the explosion that destroyed the Conclave. I do not yet know how Corypheus survived. Nor am I certain how people will react when they learn of the orb's origin.
Alright.
How do you
What
know
is it,
this?
and how do you know
seem
about
to
it?
know a lot about
They were foci, used to channel ancient magics. I have seen such things in the Fade. Old memories of older magic. Corypheus may think it Tevinter. His empire's magic was built on the bones of my people. Knowing or not, he risks our alliance. I cannot allow it.
Kind of out of focus there, Solus.
They'll have to set aside blame while freezing is their first concern.
We are agreed on that, and I may have a solution.
Dex X Castle.
By attacking the Inquisition, Corypheus has changed it. Changed you. Scout to the north. Be their guide.
Lead them. Manipulate them, using their belief in you. And further reinforce that false belief in you, I guess. Use their religious zealotness to them. Oh my god, I can see the compression lines.
There is a place that waits for a force to hold it. There is a place where the Inquisition can build, grow.
It's funny because not everyone lives in this castle. They all kind of camp down in the ravine, in the frozen river bed. Like the gates that are like, they look like they're at least 10 feet higher from like the rock ledge.
They arrive daily from every settlement in the region. Skyhold is becoming a pilgrimage. If word has reached these people, it will have reached the Elder One. We have the walls and numbers to put up a fight here, but this threat is far beyond the war we anticipated.
He's in those tight pajamas.
But we now know what allowed you to stand against Corypheus. What drew him to you?
He came for this, and now it's useless to him, so he wants me dead. That's it.
The Anchor has power, but it's not why you're still standing here. Your decisions let us heal the sky. Your determination brought us out of Haven. You are the creature's rival because of what you did. And we know it. All of us.
The
Inquisition requires a leader. The one who has already been leading it.
Flipping.
You.
I don't want this.
And just what are you going to do if I don't want this? I did my part at the breach and in Haven. That should be enough.
We've all sacrificed, but we're not done. You're not done. If nothing else, Corypheus still wants you dead. If the Inquisition disappears, and it will, without you, you will be alone.
Okay.
I believe the Maker intended you for this. We need
I didn't ask for
but
this.
how you need us, that is for you alone to determine.
Oh, and I guess just my character decides that on his own. And it's like, oh, nope, I choose not to leave. Bye! We'll fight for all of our faith. The Kunari will stand for us all. Power.
Corypheus will never let me live in peace. He made that clear. He intends to be a god, to rule over us all. Corypheus must be stopped.
Wherever you lead us. Have our people been told?
They have. And soon, the world.
Commander, will they follow?
Inquisition, will you follow? Will you fight?
Will you be religious zealots for me?
Your leader, your herald, your Inquisitor!
Now I have this fancy sword that's probably not even practical in combat. Time to make myself a castle.
So this is where it begins.
It began in the courtyard. This is where we turned that promise into action.
But what do we do? We know nothing about this Corypheus except that he wanted your mark.
Oh, light effect.
Corypheus wants to restore Tevinter. Is this a prelude to war with the Imperium?
I get the feeling we're dealing with extremists, not the vanguard of a true invasion.
Tevinter is not the Imperium of 1,000 years ago. What Corypheus yearns to restore no longer exists. Though they would shed no tears if the South fell to chaos, I'm certain.
Oh, we can't get support.
Corypheus said he wanted to enter the Black City, that this would make him a god.
He is willing to tear this world apart to reach the next. It won't matter if he's wrong.
What if he's not wrong? If he finds some other way into the Fade?
Then he gains the power he seeks, or unleashes catastrophe on us all.
Could his dragon really be an archdemon? What would that mean?
It would mean the beginning of another blight.
We've seen no darkspawn other than Corypheus himself. Perhaps it's not an archdemon at all, but something different?
Whatever it is, it's dangerous. Commanding such a creature gives Corypheus an advantage we can't ignore.
Dragons.
Someone out there must know something about Corypheus.
Unless they saw him on the field, most will not believe he even exists.
Corypheus.
We do have one advantage. We know what Corypheus intends to do next.
He's gonna
In that
kill the
strange
queen.
future you experienced, Empress Celine had been assassinated.
Imagine the chaos her death would cause. With his army.
An army he'll bolster with a massive force of demons, or so the future tells us.
Corypheus could conquer the entire south of Thedas, god or no god.
I'd feel better if we knew more about what we were dealing with.
I know someone who can help with that.
Tie into the
Everyone
second
acting
game.
all inspirational jogged my memory, so I sent a message to an old friend. He's crossed paths with Corypheus before and may know more about what he's doing. He can help.
I'm always looking for new allies. Introduce me.
Just don't tell Cassandra.
Parading around might cause a fuss. It's better for you to meet privately, on the battlements. Trust me, it's complicated.
Well, then, we stand ready to move on both of these concerns.
On your order, Inquisitor.
I know one thing. If Varric has brought who I think he has, Cassandra is going to kill him.
This is the Inquisition.
A dusty old ruin filled with Barthes soldiers.
If you shut your mouth and opened your eyes, you'd see that the Inquisition is our one hope.
Take it all in. Only time you really see this place trashed. All these quests just pop up.
Look at this place.
These things.
It's a bloody palace it is. Fit for a king, eh?
It was a mistake to use Haven as a base of operations. The town was completely indefensible. It's hardly a virtue, darling. You left yourself vulnerable to attack. It was a miscalculation, one that I'm sure you won't repeat. But the enemy struck us. You must.
My own business.
I'm not going to forgive what happened at Haven. Corypheus will answer for what he's done.
You're angry. Good. Anger can save you when everything else is gone. Just make sure you put it to good use. Our enemy advances, Inquisitor. We must not sit idly by. Act first and teach them to fear us. You can become the leader the faithful require, but you must do it soon. Yes?
Do you think that you and I might, someday...
How very sweet of you to ask, but no.
Thank you for Haven. Less so for Redcliffe, but I am committed to serve your worship.
So, this is Skyhold. Come, let's walk the ramparts. I want to examine our fortifications.
Oh, like you knew what you're talking about.
We'll be able to see Corypheus coming from miles away.
On the other hand, that means he can see us from miles away.
Let him come. I swear I'll take the Twister bastard down, even if I have to die to do it.
You see this as a personal insult, don't you?
If it's not personal for you, maybe it should be. The people flock to your banner, eager to fight for the Herald of Andraste. Their faith is a leash, and your Inquisition has taken hold of it.
You don't see anything wrong with that?
Tell me honestly, are you what they say you are? Andraste's chosen?
No.
I wish they'd understand that I'm really nobody.
You're somebody. Don't you see what you are to them? Without you, they'd be consumed by despair. We all would. They need you to be Andraste's messenger. It gives them hope. The truth doesn't matter. Listen to me talk. Your time is valuable and I've wasted enough of it.
Okay.
Majestic. How was a place like this ever lost?
Thank you for saving my life, and giving us a chance to help. I'm mostly studying now, but Helisma can talk to you.
Scout Harding.
Your worship.
Shouldn't you be out there scouting?
In a bit. We're in Skyhold for supplies and a change of personnel. Not me, though. Indispensable.
So, who's Scout Harding really?
Me? Oh, I'm no one. Lived near Redcliffe all my life. Herded sheep for my neighbor. When the Inquisition came through my village, I helped by telling them everything I knew about the area. Then I signed on. Wanted to see the world before it was swallowed up by... that thing out there.
What's been going on?
Seeker Cassandra came through here, looking like a storm cloud. That's just her face, though, isn't it?
I have to go.
I'm here.
Let's talk about the Grey Wardens. You must know a lot about them.
Ah, the Wardens. I'm afraid we're less exciting than we seem.
How do the Wardens deal with archdemons?
Short answer. Stick it with swords until it stops moving.
Wardens are in all the stories. If it was that easy, anyone could do it.
No, it really is that simple. Just because the archdemon is magic doesn't mean it can't be killed with swords. It just has to be a Grey Warden sword. Look, it's not the killing blow that's the problem. It's getting the dragon to the point where it's vulnerable, where it actually can be killed.
Charlatan.
There's no short answer for that, I'm afraid.
Let's continue
Charlatan.
this at another time.
As you wish. I'll be here if you need me. Something on your mind?
I guess that
How
should
much
be
do
a
you know
big
about
red
Corypheus?
flag for anybody.
Not much. I always thought the stories of Magisters corrupting the Golden City were just that. Stories. I didn't expect them to be true, and I certainly didn't expect to find one of them still alive.
Don't the Grey Wardens know everything about Darkspawn?
You don't have to know how a Darkspawn came to be in order to kill it. We're soldiers, not historians. And the world would be better off if people focused on defeating evil rather than explaining how it came to be.
Corypheus stopped being human a long time ago. Darkspawn don't have human lifespans, do they?
No, I suppose they don't. They're unnatural and sustained by evil. It's been thousands of years. You'd think the Wardens would have managed to kill the first Darkspawn by now.
Do you know if there are more Darkspawn like Corypheus?
I don't know. I'm not sure any Warden knows.
Let's discuss something else. Nothing right now. Perhaps in a bit.
So, Inquisitor. It's Inquisitor now, right? Remember that war we talked about stopping? Full of little baddies I can stick with little arrows. That's not a friggin' archdemon, is it? Andraste, what did I step in?
Let me know what she says. I could use some clarification myself.
It's swearing, not praying. She doesn't answer. Not like she's supposed to. I know what happened to you. Or what everyone here thinks happened. It seems... I don't know what it seems.
Well, I went forward in time, then came back, and then I seemingly died and came back.
The ancient thing trying to kill us seems pretty real.
Don't get me started. Oh, wait. Too late, right? A Magister who cracked the Black City. It's a hazy dream, right? I mean, if it's real, then the seat of the Maker? Real thing. A
Why does
seat
the
needs a
camera
book, so
keep
the
going
Maker...
out of focus?
Real thing. Fairy stories about the start and end of the world. Real things. It's too far, isn't it? I just want to plug the Skyhole rubbish so I can go play.
You joined to help the little people caught up in this. But do you believe it or not?
In Andraste? Of course.
But you doubt what you're seeing and hearing.
It can't be true. Even fanatics don't want to be this right. Look, I have arrows. I can make this Corypheus believe in those.
Corypheus.
Good enough? Please be good enough.
Keep calling it nonsense. That perspective will keep the Inquisition grounded.
Oh, I can do that. Sure could use a few more people shouting no. We fight, the bad things go away, everyone calms down, and everything goes back to normal. A nice, well-paid normal.
You're starting to not sound completely crazy.
I know, scary, innit? So bring 'em on. But first, food. I'm starving. sitting and waiting. Great, yeah?
So, you like to have fun. The Inquisition seems an odd fit. Why are you really here?
What do you mean? To help people.
We both know that'd be easier to believe if you were a totally different person.
Not everything is easy to believe. And maybe that's it. There's all this Andraste stuff going on, and seeing it should help, right? But it's fuzzy. I want to see if it's all really real. I just don't know if I want to really know. So I'm selfish. It's all for me. Count yourself lucky, I guess.
I'll be back if I need you.
Go on.
Inquisitor, huh? Well, you've got the fortress for it. Speaking of which, when you've got a second, there's something I want to show you.
What did you want me to come see?
Here, come on. I'll show you.
I don't know if this quest quite works.
Why am I dressed like this?
You'll see. Come on. It'll be worth your time, I promise. Evening. Iron Bull. My merc band just joined up.
Tanner. I'm from Jada. Well, near Jada.
Would they not recognize, like, huh?
I
There's
was
only
club
like two
captain for Lady
Canary in
Pendel. Signed on after shit blew up at the Conclave.
the
Share a drink? Who's your friend?
Inquisition.
This is Grim. He doesn't talk much.
Hey.
So, you ready to kill some demons? Or Venatori? Or whatever that Corypheus asshole is?
This isn't just about killing. We're helping the Inquisitor save the world and build the next empire.
Well, long as I get paid, I'm happy. That's why I signed up.
I just couldn't spend my whole life on a farm. Needed to live a little, you know.
What about you, Mira? Why'd you join up? I thought you were serving some noble.
I saw what happened at Haven. The Inquisitor staring down that monster and his archdemon. I don't sing the chant of light as much as I should. But you can't see something like that and not believe.
Well, Grim and I should find our
Okay.
tents. Thanks for the drink. I know every soldier under my command. You don't have that option, but a few faces might help.
It's not like they'll become important later, because I'm pretty sure they're not.
You made it sound like you didn't like the Inquisition.
People don't always tell the truth when you're polite. You've got to poke them a bit.
Those two soldiers might think you're an arsehole.
So?
It was good to get their perspective.
Yeah. Sounds like we could use an easy win for boys like Tanner. And vets like Mira have seen enough to be wary. You've got a good army coming along. Remember that. No matter what comes next.
Okay.
Have you met this friend of Varric's, Inquisitor?
Not yet, no.
It had better not be who I think it is. I will wring that little bastard's neck.
Why? Who do you think it is?
Someone Varric claimed he could not contact. Someone the Inquisition, indeed all of Thedas, desperately needed. I'll reserve judgment until I know for certain. No need to have that rogue screaming persecution yet again.
Do you have any advice for me?
Treat Dorian with caution. It's possible he could be what he seems. A Tevinter mage wishing to do better than his countrymen. What if he is not? At best, his presence makes the Inquisition appear to have questionable allies.
Do you have any advice for me?
Watch the treasury carefully, with that Sarah present.
You think she's here to rob us?
Possibly not, but I would hardly put it past her.
That's enough for now.
Another time, then.
At last. Praise the Maker this
Inquisitor? Is there something I can do for you? I should really focus my attention on the injured.
Do we have many injured men?
Fewer by the day. The most grievously injured did not survive the journey to Skyhold. As for the rest, they either heal or... I try to make the passing painless.
I haven't seen you before.
The commander brought me up from the refugee camps. I'd been helping the pilgrims in simple ways. Setting broken bones, simple amputations and such. We need all the help we can get.
I wonder if they get, like, cool
You want a mage?
magic
Should
peg
we let the
legs.
mage healers deal with this?
Magic can't cure everything, and we shouldn't rely on it. Science, your worship, is the way of the future. Good health
What
isn't
if you
magic.
combine
It's
both?
diet, exercise, and a balance of the humors.
As you were.
Your worship.
Did you build us a tower yet?
The order was sent?
Yes, Commander.
Send men to scout the area. We need to know what's out there.
Yes, sir.
Commander, soldiers have been assigned temporary quarters.
Very good. I'll need an update on the armory as well. Now! We set up as best we could at Haven, but could never prepare for an archdemon, or whatever it was. With some warning, we might have...
Do you ever sleep?
If Corypheus strikes again, we may not be able to withdraw. And I wouldn't want to. We must be ready. Work on Skyhold is underway. Guard rotations established. We should have everything on course within the week. We will not run from here, Inquisitor.
How many were lost?
Most of our people made it to Skyhold. It could have been worse. Morale was low, but it's improved greatly since you accepted the role of Inquisitor.
Inquisitor Adar. It sounds odd, don't you think?
Not at all.
Is that the official response?
I suppose it is. But it's the truth. We needed a leader, and you have proven yourself.
If we need to start over, Skyhold seems as good a place as any.
Once repairs are complete, it will be a strong base of operations. I will do everything I can to ensure the security of our people. You have my word.
This thing is not a stray puppy you can make into a pet. It has no business being here.
Wouldn't you say the same of an apostate?
Inquisitor, I wondered if Cole was perhaps a mage, given his unusual abilities.
He can cause people to forget him, or even fail entirely to notice him. These are not the abilities of a mage.
That it doesn't happen during combat.
It seems that Cole is a spirit.
It is a demon.
If you prefer, although the truth is somewhat more complex.
I'm not sure how much more complexity I need, Solus.
Indeed, my dear. He may call it whatever he likes, but it is still a threat.
In fact, his nature is not so easily defined.
Speak plainly, Solas. What are we dealing with?
Demons normally enter this world by possessing something. In their true form, they look bizarre, monstrous.
But you claim Cole looks like a young man. Is it possession?
No. He has possessed nothing and no one. And yet he appears human in all respects. Cole
He's
is
a
unique,
spirit.
Inquisitor. More than that, he wishes to help. I suggest you allow him to do so.
In my studies, demons either
My
possess
chest
something
does.
from this world, or were summoned and bound. They almost never look like something you'd mistake for a person.
Normally you'd be correct. But Cole has willfully manifested in human form without possessing anyone.
The demons who came through the breach,
My
or through the
chest
rifts, weren't possessing anything.
My
These
manly
demons
could
were
not
drawn
read
through
that
against
say.
their will.
driven mad by this world. But Cole predates the breach. From what we can tell, he has lived here for months, perhaps years. He looks like a young man. For all intents and purposes, he is a young man. It is remarkable.
So my understanding is that he's a book character, or he's from a book. I'm not sure if it's before Inquisition or after this game came out.
I should hear what Cole has to say for himself. Where is he now?
If none of us remember him, he could be anywhere.
My manly canary pecs.
Haven. So many soldiers fought to protect the pilgrims so they could escape. Choking fear. Can't think from the medicine, but the cuts rack me with every heartbeat. Hot, white pain. Everything burns. I can't. I'm going to... I'm dying. I'm... dead.
Glad to see you're settling in, Cole. Here I was worried you'd have trouble making friends.
Every breath slower. Like lying in a warm bath. Sliding away. Smell of my daughter's hair when I kiss her goodnight. Gone. Cracked brown pain. Dry. Scraping. Thirsty. Here.
Thank you.
It's all right. She won't remember me.
Solus tried to explain what you are, but honestly, I stopped listening after a while. Any chance you could explain it?
Yes. I used to think I was a ghost. I didn't know. I made mistakes, but I made friends too. Then a Templar proved I wasn't real. I lost my friends. I lost everything. I learned how to be more like what I am. It made me different, but stronger. I can feel more. I can help.
If you're willing, the Inquisition could use your help.
Yes, helping. I help the hurt. The helpless. There's someone. Hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Someone make it stop hurting. Make her, please. The healers have done all they can. It will take him hours to die. Every moment will be agony. He wants mercy. Help.
You say he won't die for hours yet, but you can't know that for certain.
His body is failing.
He could recover. Or the healers could find another way to help him.
Not that
How do
this
you
choice
know?
matters.
I don't. And neither do you. That's part of life.
But we surely should put him out of his misery.
Try.
How the probably closer to
I
his
want
death.
to stay. Roderick was sorry before he died.
I wasn't aware you and Roderick were acquainted.
He was hurt. Red inside from the Templar, but red outside from the Templar too. Needed help to walk. Limping, light, leaning on the young like old Pepe when the road was icy. He called me a fine young man. He said he was sorry for what he did to you.
You didn't try to end his suffering, did you?
No. He was dying already, and he welcomed it. The pain wasn't too much. He saw it at the end. Loving light, open arms. Andraste, taking him home. He was happy. And sorry.
Did he tell you why he was sorry?
Blood everywhere. Monsters, madness, dying. We're all dying. The Herald stands against it, and heads turn. Desperate and simple. Pure. Voices in the chantry. Years since I'd sung the song and felt it flowing through me. But this is real. This is real. So long since I'd felt it. Falling, flying, faith. And I fought him. Maker, forgive me. I hope I did enough.
What was this place? So much room for whatever was here.
Hello.
I'm interested in what you told me of yourself and your studies. If you have time, I'd like to hear more.
You continue to surprise me. All right, let us talk. Preferably somewhere more interesting than this.
Load screens.
Why here?
Haven is familiar. It will always be important to you.
We talked about that already.
I sat beside you while you slept, studying the anchor.
How long can it take to look at a mark on my hand?
A magical mark of unknown origin? Tied to a unique breach in the veil? Longer than you might think. I ran every test I could imagine. Searched the Fade, yet found nothing. Cassandra suspected duplicity. She threatened to have me executed as an apostate if I didn't produce results.
Cassandra's like that with everyone.
Yes. You were never going to wake up? How could you? A mortal sent physically through the Fade. I was frustrated, frightened. The spirits I might have consulted had been driven away by the breach. Although I wished to help, I had no faith in Cassandra, or she in me. I was ready to flee.
The breach threatened the whole world. Where did you plan to go?
Someplace far away, where I might research a way to repair the breach before its effects reached me. I never said it was a good plan. One more attempt to seal the rifts. I tried and failed. No ordinary magic would affect them. I watched the rifts expand and grow, resigned myself to flee, and then... It seems you hold the key to our salvation. You had sealed it with a gesture. And right then, I felt the whole world change.
You didn't say it that way, I don't think. You just said it.
Is that how you remember it? That is what I mean about perception shaping our existence.
But that's only true in the Fade.
Where do you think we were?
This
Okay.
isn't real.
That's a matter of debate. Probably best discussed after you wake up.
I can't.
Do it.
He just gave me a wet dream. How embarrassing. Actually, I think you can punch him at some point. And I think everything is fixed now. My quarters are all fixed up and stuff. Let's go with that. Oh, I think I can only wear one. No, gaudy pajamas. Very skin-tight pajamas. Yep, everything's fixed up now.
I've made some inquiries into the Imperial Court. The sooner we deal with the threats to the Empress, the better. The political situation in the Empire is dangerously unstable.
Everything in the Empire complicates matters. It's the Orlesian national pastime.
Turn your nose up at the grand game if you like, Commander, but we play for the highest stakes, and to the death.
The court's disapproval can be as great a threat as the Venatori. We must be vigilant to avert disaster.
Exactly what do you mean? How is it more dangerous than usual?
The Empress is in the middle of a civil war. Her cousin, Grand Duke Gaspard, seeks to take her throne by force. Leliana reports that a group of elves has been sabotaging both armies, drawing out the hostilities. Orlais holds Tevinter at bay.
The jilted
All of
lover.
Thedas could be lost if the Empire falls to Corypheus. Celine is holding peace talks under the auspices of a grand masquerade. Every power in Orlais will be there. It's the perfect place for an assassin to hide.
A grand masquerade? I need to go shopping.
I'll arrange for an invitation at your discretion, Inquisitor. Inquisitor, I was just inspecting our new headquarters. Foundation cracks, nesting animals, and miles from any centers of civilization. The staff must make it presentable if we're to receive any visitors of distinction.
Certainly wouldn't do for the Inquisition to appear overly shabby.
We've only just now convinced everyone we are precisely what Thedas requires. The mages are showing great trust in you. They need to feel safe here.
After that battle with Corypheus, how could anyone not feel perfectly safe?
I can't stop dwelling on the day he attacked our camp. Do you know who first leapt to arms? Our workers. They were so proud of our cause. Corypheus simply cut them down. So much screaming after that first blast of fire. So many people turned to ash.
I keep feeling that fire's heat on the back of my neck, too.
Indeed. But you're the one who led us to safety. Well, before I return to my duties, allow me to congratulate you on your appointment as Inquisitor, my lord. I will now bring diplomatic issues to your attention, and I'm more than happy to help with any situations that arise.
I'm loath to part from such pleasant company. Would you care to walk the castle with me?
Oh, well, a tour then? Let me fetch the steward.
That isn't precisely what I was hoping for.
Well, do let me know if you change your mind. Now I must find someone to prepare the guest quarters. Inquisitor, is it true? Is the mark on your hand magic cast by Corypheus?
Corypheus claimed it's a spell gone wrong.
I wanted to think it was a blessing. A sign the Maker was returning to his creation. How credulous of me.
The anchor's nothing more special than a misfired spell.
At least you had the good fortune to take it from Corypheus. Does it hurt? The anchor, that is.
Only when I laugh.
Very good, Inquisitor.
Someone emptied a whole bag of turnips into the fire. Ah, oh, Mecca, the smell is everywhere. I was going to use them for dinner and then... I can't recall who took them.
Sleep well? When I asked to talk to you, I didn't think we'd be doing it in the Fade. Still better than the dream where I'm standing naked in front of the war table.
Since you went to the trouble of finding me in your sleep, it was worth the effort of doing something interesting. I had no idea that the anchor would allow you to dream with such focus. It is truly remarkable. But I am reasonably certain we are awake now. And if you wish to discuss anything, I would enjoy talking.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Yep. Oh, hey, it works fine. Magic flying tea cup.
Something wrong with your tea?
It is tea. I detest this stuff. But this morning, I need to shake the dreams from my mind. I may also need a favor.
But you don't need anything from anyone. You're known for that.
One of my oldest friends has been captured by mages, forced into slavery. I heard the cry for help as I slept.
When your friend was captured, how did he... she...
It.
It?
My friend is a spirit of wisdom. Unlike the spirits clamoring to enter our world through the rifts, it was dwelling quite happily in the Fade. It was summoned against its will, and wants my help to gain its freedom and return to the Fade.
I thought spirits wanted to find their way into this world.
Some do, certainly. Just as many Orlesian peasants wish they could journey to exotic Rivain. But not everyone wants to go to Rivain. My friend is an explorer, seeking lost wisdom and reflecting it. It would happily discuss philosophy with you, but it had no wish to come here physically.
Do you have any idea what the mages want with your friend?
No. It knows a great deal of lore and history, but a mage could learn that simply by speaking to it in the Fade. It is possible that they seek information it does not wish to give, and intend to torture it.
All right. Let's go get your friend.
Thank you. I got a sense of my friend's location before I awoke. I'll mark it on our map.
Zoop.
What can I do for you?
I'd like to hear more about what you saw in your exploration of the Fade.
I would be happy to share it with you.
Tell me about a spirit you encountered.
I met a friendly spirit who observed the dreams of village girls as love first blossomed in their adolescence. With subtlety, she steered them all to village boys with gentle hearts, who would return their love with gentle kindness. The matchmaker, so I called her. That small village never knew its luck.
Tell me about the old ruins you explored.
I found the ruin of Barandur, a lost Tevinter city buried deep beneath a dead and barren wasteland. Volcanic ash had sealed it tight. In one dark moment, every living creature in the city seared and smothered. They were statues in the ashes, like a mold made to recall the lost.
Tell me about the old memories you found in the Fade.
I saw a savage human horde go marching toward the battlefront. They sang a soldier's hymn to keep formation. Primal music shook the ground. These savage, unwashed warriors carried harmonies no chantry choirs mastered, though their cause was all but hopeless. They sang songs that made the spirits weep.
We'll talk later. But I need to know more about Corypheus.
We spoke of this on our travels to Skyhawk. What more can I tell you? Cassandra and Varric seem more familiar with their adversary.
You've given me good counsel before. I could use some now.
My apologies, Inquisitor. My poor manners shame me. I claim no secret wisdom, but I will guess as best I can.
I'd like to know more about the orb he carries.
As I said, that must be the means by which he created the breach. I suspect the blast to destroy the Conclave was more accident than anything. The result of unlocking power that had sought release for ages. What I cannot understand is how he managed to survive such an explosion.
You said that you believe the orb is Elven.
I never would have believed a Tevinter mage could unlock such a powerful relic.
That's why I gave it to him.
Enhances his abilities, giving him access to power he should never have known.
Like the power to control the Archdemon.
Indirectly, one assumes. Nothing in any lore connects my people to the old god dragons who became archdemons.
What do you think Corypheus will do next?
You shamed him when you destroyed Haven. Spoiled his glorious victory. It would be worse to acknowledge that you had done so. He must continue on his course or show weakness. He will return to his plans to throw Orlais into chaos, and then conquer it for Tevinter.
You're sure that's what he'll do?
As certain as is possible. Assuming I can plausibly predict a man who seeks to rise to godhood.
And can you?
The key is understanding this. No real god need prove himself. Anyone who tries is mad or lying. His deception will undo him, as it has done countless fools before.
What can you tell me about the source of Corypheus's power?
According to the law, the ancient Magistars of Tevinter received guidance from the old gods. Corypheus commands a false archdemon, a corrupted old god. It suggests he no longer sees himself as their minion. Some of his unique power comes from the corruption of the Blight. The rest may come from the orb he carries.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
story.
Brilliant, isn't it? One moment you're trying to restore order in a world gone mad. That should be enough for anyone to handle, yes?
Focus.
Then, out of nowhere, an archdemon appears and kicks you in the head. What? You thought this would be easy? No, I was just hoping you wouldn't crush our village like an anthill. Sorry about that. Archdemons like to crush, you know. Can't be helped. Am I speaking too quickly for you?
I was distracted, that's all.
Distracted? By my wit and charm? I have plenty of both.
Today, at least.
Oh, you wound me. I always assumed the Elder One behind the Venatori was a Magister. But this is something else completely. In Tevinter, they say the Chantry's tales of Magisters starting the Blight are just that. Tales. But here we are. One of those very Magisters. A dark spawn.
Who does the Imperium say started the Blight?
You know how it is. Not us. They say dark spawn were always there. Magisters and the Blight aren't even related. Is that a surprise? No one wants to admit they shit the bed. But if Corypheus is one of the Magisters who entered the Black City and he's dark spawn, what other explanation is there?
We only know what Corypheus claims to be.
True. He might be a convincing liar, or delusional, or insane. But how many delusional maniacs are going to have that knowledge? He broke open the Fade. I knew what I was taught couldn't be the whole truth, but I assumed there had to be a kernel of it. Somewhere. But no. It was us all along. We destroyed the world.
Last I checked, the Blights hadn't actually destroyed the world.
Not for lack of trying. If they were more clever, they'd have unleashed something that would really do the job. No one will thank me, whatever happens. No one will thank you either. You know that, yes?
That attitude must be why they kicked you out of the Imperium.
They didn't kick me out? Well, only because they never got around to it. Eventually, they might have. All I know is this. Corypheus needs to be stopped. Men like him ruined my homeland. I won't stand by and let him ruin the world. Oh, and congratulations on that whole leading the Inquisition thing, by the way.
Anything interesting?
A letter regarding Felix, Alexius's son. He went to the Magisterium, stood on the Senate floor and told them of you. A glowing testimonial, I'm informed. No news on the reaction, but everyone back home is talking. Felix always was as good as his word.
Was?
He's dead. The Blight caught up with him.
That was a long journey for someone in his condition.
He must have raced back, pulled strings like a madman. Ordinarily, it takes months to gather the Senate. Felix used to sneak me treats from the kitchens when I was working late in his father's study. Don't get into trouble on my behalf, I tell him. I like trouble, he'd say. Tevinter could use more mages like him. Those who put the good of others above themselves.
With the two of you...
Felix and I? What an odd question. No, I had no intention of abusing Alexius's hospitality by seducing his son. Not that I've been proper my whole life, by any means. It wasn't like that. Even in illness, Felix was the best of us. With him around, you knew things could be better.
You make it sound like he was a better person than you.
What a mad thing to say. Few people are better than I. Very well, a better person, clearly, not nearly as handsome. Thankfully, Felix wasn't the only decent sort kicking around Thedas. I could watch you roam Skyhold all day. Here and there you run, checking in on your followers. Why don't they come to you, feed you grapes, rub your shoulders? I suppose it's more fun this way. For me, I mean. You're rather strapping.
I've noticed you're rather strapping yourself.
Of course you have. That only takes eyes.
Luckily, I have those.
You do. A rather fetching pair. At any rate, you didn't pass by to hear me fawn. Something on your mind?
I should go.
I do rather like watching you leave.
I bet you do.
Greetings, Inquisitor. That is your title now, yes? I should thank you. The way things ended in Redcliffe, you could have demanded anything you wished. Yet you chose to make us equal partners. I was not expecting that.
Let's be realistic. You're not equal partners with the Inquisition.
Fair enough. I've been a Grey Warden, Grand Enchanter, leader of a rebellion, and now I am none of those things. Odd where fate takes you, as you're no doubt well aware.
You were once a Grey Warden.
I think she's also a book
An
character.
unusual circumstance, Inquisitor. Normally one is part of the Order until death. But long ago I found myself stripped of what made me a Warden. They tried to reinitiate me, but nothing worked. Nor could they figure out how it happened. So I was sent to the Circle of Magi, the first Warden ever to be kicked out. Quite the achievement.
You sound happy about it.
Becoming a Warden seemed like a dream when I was first conscripted. Towards the end, however, my brothers and sisters, they felt I had somehow cheated death. I was glad to leave. It also made me unique in the Circle. I had an opportunity to do more than I ever could as a Warden.
You mean you began the Mage Rebellion?
I pushed for our vote to free the Circles of Magi. But I cannot claim sole responsibility for what followed. Still, despite all the chaos, I would do it again. What happened had to happen.
You're not still the Grand Enchanter, then?
Any claim I had to the title ended along with the Circles of Magi, although some still call me by it. Perhaps the Circles will one day be resurrected. If so, another will take the position. Until that time, I lead my fellow mages by default. I will do what I can for them.
You believe they'll recreate the Circle of Magi after all this?
It depends on who the next divine is, and what she offers. We can't go back to the way things were. But endless warfare benefits no one. That is why I agreed to Justinia's conclave. There must be another solution.
I've been meaning to ask, how exactly did the Venatori take control in Redcliffe?
Mages constantly found their way to us while we were there. Stragglers, most of them strangers. I had no way of knowing some were actually Tevinter. They spread whispers, encouraged talk of an alliance, and we were desperate. I'm not proud of our choice, but we were certain Templars were coming. It could have ended far worse.
I trust everything is well with the mages.
We're mostly relieved. An alliance with the Inquisition offers security, although who knows for how long.
I'll leave you to it.
Before you go, Inquisitor, a question. In Redcliffe, after we left, did you perhaps speak with King Alistair? Considering who you are?
He wasn't in the mood to talk.
It's just that I knew his father, Marek, back when I was a warden.
Oh? That's rather interesting. Does he know that?
No, he doesn't. And he shouldn't. I only wanted to know if he was happy. His father had such hopes for him. Don't mind me, Inquisitor. The concerns of an old woman. Nothing
They don't
more.
look all that old.
Greetings to you,
Might
Inquisitor.
replace it.
I am to serve as assistant to any research concerns. You'll find my skills are exceptional. I hope they prove useful.
You're taking over the duties of Minave.
Yes. She said she was needed elsewhere and that I should serve the Inquisition to the best of my ability.
What is she doing?
I wasn't told.
She's over there somewhere.
As you were.
Yes, Inquisitor. I'm sorry.
So am I.
The names of those we lost. You must blame me for this.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but why didn't you see that attack coming?
I didn't know what I was looking for. The Red Templars are like nothing I've seen, and the Venatori hide their tracks well. I keep wondering if I could have done something different. When the first of my lookouts went missing, I pulled the rest back, awaiting more information. If they'd stayed in the field, they could have bought us more time. I was afraid to lose my agents. And instead, we lost Haven.
More likely they would have stayed out there, died, and we would have lost Haven anyway.
You don't know that. Their lives could have bought Haven a small chance. My people know their duty. They know the risks. They understand that the Inquisition may call upon them to give their lives.
True. There are soldiers. They'll do what we need them to.
If Corypheus is cold, I must be colder. War demands sacrifices of us all. At your service, my lord.
The Divine's death hit you hard. How have you been feeling?
Oh, you are referring to my outburst in the Haven. I am much better now. Justinia was such a dear friend, and there were so many things going wrong.
Things going wrong? I'm shocked.
I was there when the hero Ferelden defeated the Archdemon. We won the day, and I thought the Makers smiled on me. When the Divine requested my help, I went to her. I owed her that much. I sacrificed so much to do the Maker's work. But now, Justinia is dead.
The Maker let it happen.
I felt betrayed. But I shouldn't have let my emotions get the better of me. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You were grieving and upset. I understand.
Thank you. Now enough of this. Let us think more pleasant thoughts.
Anything I should know?
It seems that the Orlesian army is awaiting our next move. Some of the generals are sympathetic to our cause, others are still suspicious. Our actions are under a great deal of scrutiny.
I'll leave you to your work.
Wee. Wrong door.
My Lord Inquisitor, it's good of you to speak with me. I have news regarding one of your companions, the Tevinter.
Is that a note of distaste I detect, Mother Giselle?
I admit his presence here makes me uncomfortable, Inquisitor, but my feelings are of no importance. I have been in contact with his family. House Pavas, out of Carenas. Are you familiar with them?
Familiar? We've never met, if that's what you're suggesting.
I'm suggesting nothing. I'm only curious whether you know of his situation. The family sent a letter describing the estrangement from their son and pleading for my aid. They've asked to arrange a meeting quietly without telling him. They fear it's the only way he'll come. Since you seem to be on good terms with the young man, I'd hoped...
Just what kind of meeting do you have in mind?
I believe they just want to talk, to understand why Dorian felt he had to come here. Somewhere private, away from Skyhold, but not in Tevinter. You make them nervous, I think. They don't understand why he's here with the Inquisition. They want him to come home.
I'd be worried too if my son ran off to join some gauche foreigners on a crusade.
So would I. Although I suspect there's more to it than either of us understands.
The last time I
Why would his family contact you?
tried going through a playthrough like this, I rage quit because I couldn't get this
I am not
one
of the
quest.
Imperial Chantry, but they know what
Of course,
I
that was when the game launched on
These
the
are parents concerned
Xbox
about the welfare
360.
of their son. How could I not do whatever possible? I would speak to the young man myself, but he does not care for me.
I wonder why.
Thus I come to you. If any good can come of this, we must try.
They don't want Dorian to know. That seems odd.
They believe the young man would refuse, and the letter implies he'd have cause. Yet, they are remorseful for whatever came before. This is a chance for dialogue. There is deceit in bringing the young man to this meeting without his foreknowledge, I know. But does it not lead to a greater kindness if there is potential for reconciliation?
Are you sure this isn't some kind of trap? I mean, the secrecy.
That did occur to me. What if it is a plot of those mages, the Venatori? Another reason to put this in your hands, Inquisitor. I pray that isn't the case, but if it is, you are far better equipped than I to respond to such treachery.
If you think I'm going to trick Dorian into meeting his family...
I feared you might say that. The family will send a retainer to meet the young man at the Red Cliff Tavern, to take him onward. If he truly does not wish this reunion, he can always end the matter there. I pray you change your mind, Inquisitor. Perhaps their letter will persuade you. If there is any chance of success in this, it behooves us to act.
To her some further. Load screen.
Better and better. Place like this.
Many rings.
Where's my hammer? Not that one. Or that. I've walked away from too many burning buildings for one lifetime.
this place, though. He'll be alright. It's Inquisitor now, isn't it? That'll take some getting used to.
Stranger to hear.
Don't let it go to your head. We need you level. Everyone just got a big, hard reason to hate Corypheus. And we already did, but we didn't have a name. You're the surprise, not him.
We left in a hurry, but you got into your old place. Save anything?
Family hammer. It's as stupid as it sounds. It's good to be back at work.
How's this place shaping up as a forge?
Better than Haven ever could be. Not the way I wanted an upgrade, but ever forward.
You've got it all up and running?
Your basics, like always. There's space here for, I don't know what. This place was built for something big. It'll be a job to fill it.
I'll be back later.
I'll be here.
Should be it. Better do these.
Impressive, is it not? Fit for a leader, meant to show influence and the burden of it. It is where the Inquisition will sit in judgment, where you will sit in judgment.
Who will I be judging exactly?
Those who have done wrong. You will know of them, at the very least. All this presumes they have survived their initial encounter with you, of course.
Do I really need to oversee even more death? I'm nearly at capacity.
I share your distaste for more bloodshed, but it needn't come to that. The Inquisition's sovereignty is derived from the allies who validate it. You are both empowered and bound. Justice has many tools. If their application is clever, execution may even seem merciful by comparison.
I'd rather do this another time.
At your leisure, Inquisitor. The throne will wait until you are ready.
Alright. I think I will call it a night for here. Ooh, 4 hours, damn. I swear it's like just an hour of just exposition and talking. Alright, well, thank you for everybody who came to watch me play. Hope you guys had fun. Have a good night, everybody.